Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Perfume for a smile, they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Street light people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Oh. Working hard to get my feel. Everybody wants a thrill, paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some were born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. The shadows searching in the night. Oh, street light people living just to find emotion and hiding somewhere in the night. That feeling, street light people, don't stop believing, hold on to that feeling, street light people.
All right, that was sweet. That was a nice, gentle start to the night because we got a lot of stuff to do tonight. But I wanted to switch it up a little and have a nice little, I don't know, have something smooth for tonight. So, yeah, that was first off. Sorry, I'm Kai Zen. This is Black Sky Legion, episode 136, fixing NASA and Droids and Star Citizen for June 10th, Friday, 2022. Tonight. We have myself, and I'm drinking a little Jack Daniels and some Dragon's Milk. We also have with us WOLFDRAGON. Say hello to the beautiful people, Wolf, and tell them what you're drinking.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I have a nice little Glencairn of the 6 and 20 Carolina Roja, because talking about smooth with that cover from Journey. This matches that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We also have SOUVARINE in the house. Hello, SOUVARINE. Suate, how you doing, brother? What you drinking this morning for you?
It is 7 a.m. and I'm drinking a coffee.
Right on, right on. And we've got Chad LOSAN in the house. So Suv is, for anyone who doesn't know, Suv is in Cambodia, so he's on the other side of the planet.
I am 12 hours ahead. I'm in the future.
Yes, yes.
Hello. It's very similar.
only with a lot more Cambodian people than you'd expect.
In the future, yes, correct.
Yes. We also have Chad LOSAN in the house. Hello, Chad. How you doing? What you drinking? What you up for tonight?
I'm drinking a Vitarain Zero Tropical Mango.
Ooh, very nice, fancy. And special guest, we've got Dark Knight 75 in the house. Hello, Dark Knight. What you drinking tonight, brother?
Hey, what's going on? That beautiful Journey cover. Oh, wonderful.
Right.
I am drinking old school PBR tonight. Yeah.
Old school, keeping it classy. I dig it.
That's right, baby.
And we got KALRATI in the house. How you doing, brother? And what you drinking?
Yo, what up? I am KALRATI. I am drinking this delicious 70% alcohol cup of ginger tea. I'm just joking with you, man. I have a cold, so I'm just drinking the ginger tea to get myself back onto the weather.
I thought you had a little J. Ray's overproof banana rum ginger tea there when you said 70% alcohol. I was like, wow, all right.
Yeah, I wish too. I wish I had that too.
There you go. All right, so right off the bat, our cover art today is courtesy of Mr. Trash from the Robert Space Industries Forum, the what is it? The CIG. Why am I blanking on the name? What's the forums called? The Spectrum. Yes.
Sorry.
And the opening song was "Don't Stop Believing," stories featuring David Simmons Jr. Link is in the show notes. I'm going to post it right now for you. Support this awesome artist. Sub to their channel. Buy their tracks and merch. Go see them live. Do all of the things because they absolutely deserve it. Here you go. Want to give some shout outs to the people in the audience tonight. Let's see here. Flowing through. We got Chad LOSAN, Whipped Block. We've got Shadow Wyvern. Hey, brother. We've got Raxless Maxla, my girl. How you doing? We got Dunkla Aura. Hello, brother. Good to see you. We've got BC in the house. We got KALRATI Rutor. I think I know who that is. I've put it together. I've cracked the code. We've got Misfit, Backup, Kinatas, Jay, Tragic Blue 21, and Crazy Shack 48. Let's see. And Paseo. Hello. I want to say hi to everybody out there. All right. Let's get things rolling because we've got a lot to discuss. Tonight we've got under Real Life Science, it's time to fix NASA. For Thing a Week, we've got a bunch of TV shows to cover from Star Trek Strange New Worlds, The Man Who Fell to Earth, The Orville, Obi-Wan, For All Mankind, The Book of Boba Fett. What? Abyssinian in the house with a late hello, but we'll make an exception for you. How are you doing, brother? It's good to see you here. We also have coverage for Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, Star Citizen, and an interview with two amazing citizens of the verse, Dark Knight 75 and KALRATI. So let's get things rolling. Oh, and one last hello to the crowd for Soul Ripper 101. Yo, what's up? All right, let's hop right into it because, man, do we have a lot of stuff to go with. Right off the bat, Real Life Science, it's time to fix NASA. Beginning in 1946, NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, had experimented with rockets and rocket planes to continue the U.S. domination in the field of air superiority. And then on October 4th, 1957, the Soviet space program shocked the world with the launch of the first successful satellite, Sputnik 1. This technological, but even more importantly, propaganda win placed Soviet communism in the premier position in the eyes of the world for science, prosperity, and modernity. The U.S. government would not let this stand and immediately tasked NACA with countering this advance. NACA put together the Special Committee on Space Technology, whose findings were relayed to Congress and the President. This prompted the formation of two key agencies. In February of 1958, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, was created to develop space technology for military applications. And on July 29, 1958, President Eisenhower signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, establishing NASA, which absorbed the 43-year-old NACA with its 8,000 employees and $100 million budget. In addition to absorbing NACA, NASA also absorbed various aspects of the Langley and Ames Aeronautical Labs, Lewis Flight Propulsion Lab, and two small test facilities that were parts of the Army Ballistic Missile Agency, more on that in a moment, as well as the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. Shortly thereafter, they also absorbed JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which was a contracting facility operated by California Institute of Technology. Of special note, with the Army Ballistic Missile Agency acquiring this facility meant that they also acquired famed Nazi rocket genius Wernher von Braun. The Soviets followed up Sputnik on April 12, 1961 with Vostok 1, which propelled cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, using the call sign Kedr, which means cedar tree in Russian, from Baikonur Cosmodrome to be the first human to travel into orbit. Note, this is slightly dubious, as various declassified reports indicate that the Soviets had in fact sent a few people into space due to mission failures. They covered up the non-successful mission. So we don't know how many dead cosmonauts are out there before Yuri came back safely, but he's the first one anybody will talk about out loud. Following a continued string of these, as well as other Soviet space program successes, causing the U.S. government to feel an ever-growing lack of prestige during an era of the height of the Cold War paranoia, the U.S. government put a firm mandate to NASA. We must regain dominance in space at all costs. Whatever it takes, just make it happen. In those times, that meant the moon. There were many steps needed to accomplish this, but those steps were merely stepping stones in the propaganda war. The first satellite and first person in orbit were both Soviets, and the next big milestone of boots on the moon absolutely had to be an American achievement. Two key factors were established as unwritten law in the halls of power in America to facilitate this and make it a win-at-all-cost mentality. Number one, NASA got whatever money asked for to accomplish their clear goal. And number two, nobody, short of the president, was able to fuck with NASA politically. Everyone got out of the way and facilitated whatever was needed to ensure NASA's success. During the height of the race to the moon in the mid to late 1960s, NASA budget accounted for more than 4% of the total U.S. federal budget by percentage. Now, I'm going to skip ahead because everyone knows the happy ending to this story. Long story short, thanks to the incredible skill and bravery of a few dozen astronauts, the thousands of engineers and scientists who invented, built, tested, and maintained their equipment, and the national will as determined by the taxes spent by the entire United States government, as well as the prayers and goodwill of a nation and, to a lesser extent, the entire planet, we invented our way past problems we didn't even know existed when we first started, and we sent men into space. In the words of John Gillespie McGee Jr., we slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter's silvered wings. Sunward we climbed and done 100 things you have not dreamt of. Whew. Boy, you know it's crazy when I get poetic. In short, we went to the moon on July 16, 1969. Apollo 11 took off from Kennedy Space Center aboard a Saturn V rocket carrying mission commander Neil Armstrong, lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin, and command module pilot Michael Collins on a 238,900 mile each way trip, not including orbits, to Luna. On July 20th, 1969, at 8:17 p.m. UTC, Neil and Buzz touched down at the site they named Tranquility Base, and 6 hours and 39 minutes later, on July 21st, at 2:56 a.m. UTC, Neil Armstrong became the first person in the history of the Earth to set foot on land that was not Earth. Wolf, if you can do me a favor and just put the links, all of the links and assets in there in stream chat for people so that they have it as we're going. Okay. Here, I'll put this one right here. Copy. Here we go. Stream live chat. Here is a list of the people who... Did I not copy it? Yeah. Put the links in there for me, Wolf, because, yeah, I suck at this. This is a list of all of the 17 men who walked on the moon. But the fact is that it was at this exact moment that the first space race ended. The Soviets, having tragically lost Sergei Korolev, their Wernher von Braun, on January 14, 1966 from complication arising from surgery. Put the link in there. Thank you, Wolf. And I got to take a second to say, like, this guy is a treasure. This guy is so underrated. He is their version of Wernher von Braun. He literally was taken and put into prison camps by his own government during the pogroms. He contracted like some kind of liver disease or problem that stayed with him his entire life and later contributed to his death. He had a heart attack at one point, kept on working. The doctors told him, if you keep working at this rate, you will die soon. And he told the people in his inner circle, I have to, because at any moment, if we fall behind, Khrushchev doesn't give a shit about space. He's going to cancel this. He's just in it for the propaganda. And if he does, we're done. We'll never get off this planet. That was Sergei Korolev, a hero to the people of the Earth. And when he died from complications from this surgery in 66, Khrushchev, and you know, we got to the moon first, Khrushchev was in fact only interested in space as it pertained to propaganda and decided now, having lost both the space race and his rocket genius, it was time to cut their losses and discontinue the space race entirely. And that is how the first space race ended. Following this, both the US and the USSR, as well as various other players on the world stage, would continue with interesting projects in the service of science, but never again at the level of the space race to the moon, nor with manned space program greater than the extent of lower Earth orbit. Fun fact, and when I say fun fact, I mean fact that makes me want to put a knife through my eyeball. Since no other nation has sent humans out of lower Earth orbit, and the U.S. moon program ended in 1972 with Apollo 17 astronauts Gene Cernan and Harrison Schmidt's visit to the moon, the recent winners of a contest, Inspiration 4, are actually some of the humans that have traveled farthest from Earth, 364 miles in the last 50 years, only being surpassed by STS Mission 103 at 378 miles and STS Mission 31, which launched the Hubble Space Telescope, at 382 miles. So a space tourist CEO with 3 contest winners, including a 20-something-year-old nurse, a data engineer who literally joined the contest after having learned from it by seeing it on a Super Bowl commercial, and a school teacher are amongst the humans that have traveled farthest from this planet in the last half a century. There is the link for Inspiration 4, so you can see this for yourself. Following the collapse of the Soviets' participation in the first space race, the U.S. rapidly deprioritized the venture as well. And following half a century, in the following half a century can best be categorized as a tragedy of missed opportunities that were marked by a handful of bright spots of genius, accomplished despite abysmal lack of funding and a complete lack of any meaningful mandate. This is where we transitioned into the post-space race mandate. Following the end of the first space race, both key factors that led to NASA's success were changed so drastically as to hamstring NASA to the point of only having the ability to make, in comparison, infinitesimally small gains, causing NASA to instead transition to a meek model that allowed for 1 or 2 successes a decade in human space program. In the non-human space program. I'm getting distracted by chat, sorry. If you recall, as I stated above, The two key factors of NASA's success during the space race were, number one, NASA got whatever funding NASA asked for to accomplish its goal, and number two, nobody short of the president, who did not interfere, was able to fuck with NASA politically. Everyone got out of the way and let NASA get its job done. So now NASA's budget was gutted from being over 4% of the national federal budget to under 0.05% today. That's down 88%. In addition to having 12% of its as large a budget as it previously had as a percentage of the federal budget, which in and of itself cannot be minimized as gutting NASA's ability to achieve its goals. NASA now exists in a depressingly common federal agency world of not really having a clear, properly defined goal. In the 60s, NASA had a crystal clear overarching purpose to send humans to the moon and return them safely. This required literally hundreds of subsets of goals to be met, but always in the service of a crystal clear end goal. NASA was given money to do a thing. That's simple. Now, NASA does not get money to do a thing, but rather NASA does things to get money. This is a shockingly not uncommon occurrence in the U.S. federal agency ecosystem. Basically, NASA does things to spend the allocated dollars. Having accomplished their first assigned goal and been effectively robbed through government incompetence of the ability to set their own goals going forward, NASA now saves up all the political capital they can so that every few years they can do something really great, while year to year they're just running out the clock and cashing the check, spending 80% of their budget on politically motivated horseshit that not even they are excited for. More on this later. The end result is that from 1969 to 1972, we sent 17 men to the moon, 239,000 miles away, and ever since then, we have not sent humans out of lower Earth orbit. 400 miles. This would effectively be the same as had Columbus gone to Spain, from Spain to the New World, and then spent the next half a century traveling back and forth to Majorca. This is just heartbreakingly sad to me. Also, equally important, whereas previously only the president had... Oh, let me throw up the asset here. Equally... Where was I? There we go. Equally important, whereas previously only the president could, and they didn't, get in the way of NASA funding the race for the moon. Now NASA has become just another struggling agency, which is a political football for both federal administrations and Congress, causing two separate fail cascades as follows. Federal administration fuckery. Let's just take a look at the last three administration transitions alone, setting aside the Biden administration because it's not done yet, and you can't really assess this stuff unless you have a completed administration. So, the last three presidents, excluding Biden, start with Bush 43. Bush 43, or W, scrapped all of Clinton's space program and in 2004 instituted the Constellation program. He started the Orion module program and the Ares rocket program, targeting returning humans to the moon. NASA enacts this plan, spending over $9 billion on research and development. Then he leaves office and Obama comes in. Obama scraps the Constellation program and institutes new programs with the goal of sending astronauts to Mars and asteroids. Then Obama leaves office and Trump comes in. Trump scraps Obama's plan and institutes new programs, once again targeting a return to the moon. Business Insider estimates that the constant scrapping and refocusing of federal administration plans has cost American taxpayers over $20 billion of completely wasted taxes in the last three administrations alone due to reprioritizations. If not for a massive shift in the federal administration task, NASA, with an overarching priority, NASA will continue to flounder this way. Much like all federal agencies, from administration to administration, wasting 80% of the money it's given, not through fault of their own, but rather because the boss keeps giving you a task, one task after another, that takes 20 years to complete. And then 4 to 8 years later is replaced by an entirely new boss who gives you an entirely different 20-year plus task to complete. Presidents are, by nature, vain and petty men who would not want to see a program named by the last guy succeed on their watch. It's way more fun to have a bunch of meetings, develop an entirely new and exciting program that you get to name, and then plan for yourself. Unfortunately, this short-sightedness leads to nothing big ever getting completed. Let's take a moment and look at the single biggest thing NASA should be doing with its money at the moment as a microcosm for the entire problem. What's the single most important thing for NASA to develop in order to put men in space? You guessed it. Fucking rockets. 60 years ago, during the heyday of NASA, when we were firing on all cylinders, we had a certified genius, von Braun. Now, let me just make a note. This is not in any way seeking to whitewash the horrific crimes of this Nazi fuckwad, just stating that when it comes to rockets, he was an absolute genius. I do have a link, which Wolf is going to put in the notes right here, to the article, which I entitle, Werner von Braun was a sick Nazi fuck. But he was good with rockets, so whatever. When von Braun was at the helm, NASA developed, maintained, and deployed the Saturn V rocket, which was literally massively over-engineered to get to the moon because von Braun didn't give a shit about the moon except as a stepping stone to his personal lifelong goal of putting man on Mars. He created the rocket that was more powerful than any developed for 60 years until SpaceX developed the Starship. He had planned for, and throw up the link for the C5N. He had planned for the Saturn C5N. It was a conceptual Saturn V rocket with a nuclear thermal third stage to cut travel time from the Earth to Mars to under 4 months for a plan to have humans on Mars by 1980. To this day, this is the fastest proposed travel time to Mars. This program was canceled in 1973 by the Nixon administration. So after we won the space race and federal government decided both not to give NASA any real overarching purpose while also gutting its budget by 88%, we stopped development of more powerful rockets altogether and sat on what we had for over half a century. The goal stopped being to make bigger and better rockets to get us to Mars, Venus, Titan, Europa, and the rest of our solar system, and became to use older and later weaker variants to launch unmanned probes on decade-long trips to the outer reaches of the solar system and glorified tow trucks, the space shuttle, out to the bottom end of low Earth orbit, a mere 300-ish miles up. Don't get me wrong, the space shuttle was had an absolute role to fill and was great, but rather than being the pinnacle of NASA's manned spaceflight for half a century, it should have been on the order of importance of the LEM, or a rover. Lowering our expectations to make this symbol of NASA was just a sad joke to anyone who knew enough about the subject. And what do we have now as the big exciting rocket that is the future of NASA? We have the Space Launch System, or the SLS. This is billed as the, quote, super heavy lift expendable launch vehicle. It has officially been listed as under development by NASA since 2011, with a listed project development cost in excess of $23 billion. It has been plagued with numerous cost overruns and delays, and despite being in development on the books for 11 years, it's still never launched. And why do I keep referring to it as being, quote, on the books and listed as? Well, that's simple, because the SLS is a lie. The fact is that the entire project began its life in the early 1980s as the modified Shuttle C program that spent many billions and never deployed, and then was changed to the inline Shuttle C project in the late 80s, where they spent even more billions. Then, over a decade ago, was switched to the RH project under Griffin. When you add in all the various, and of course then became the SLS for the last 11 years for another $23 billion. When you add in all the various names and budgets that this SLS program has been built off of, you will end up with over 40 years of development in the neighborhood of over $50 billion to develop this final project, the SLS. So how does this compare to the base Saturn V rocket that we developed at 1/100th the cost over 60 years ago? The SLS is capable of delivering 8.8 million pounds of thrust, 15% more than Saturn V's 7.5 million pounds of thrust. For this incremental improvement, we have wasted a half a century of manned spaceflight. Also, the SLS, if and when it ever gets deployed, is a one-time use, throw-it-away rocket with a non-refundable launch cost, and these are always low, of over $2.6 billion per launch. This is in an era where both SpaceX and Blue Origin have had multiple successful launches proving out the concept of reusable rockets. Note, Blue Origin is a much smaller rocket, so not technically comparable in capacity, but I'm citing it here for reference. Let's compare the development investment of over 4 decades and $50 billion to develop NASA's new rocket, the SLS, to SpaceX's development and deployment cost of Starship. Elon Musk first announced the concept of the BFR, internally called the Big Fucking Rocket, but to appease NASA PR concerns, externally referred to as Big Falcon Rocket, in November of 2005. Starship has already been test-fired and launched successfully and is slated for orbital launch test as soon as the FAA clearance is given. It's expected later this month. Its total development cost gets quite tricky to ascertain as it's developed in conjunction with a whole host of other rockets, engines, capsules, spacesuits, etc., and thus is not subject to a line item valuation like federal budget projects. However, Elon Musk is recently quoted on several occasions as saying that it is being somewhere in the range of about $5 billion. Thanks to the vastly superior design philosophy of being fully reusable, the launch cost could be as low as $2 million per launch, as quoted by Musk. This prediction may be overly generous, as cited by David Todd, a senior space industry analyst for Flight Global Ascend, who says that a more realistic figure could be in the neighborhood of as much as $10 million per launch. Cited in the link below, which Wolf just shared with you. Now let's look at the comparison in the lift capabilities of SLS versus Starship. SLS Block 2 configuration will provide 9.5 million pounds of thrust, whereas Starship will be able to provide nearly double that at 17 million pounds of thrust. So to sum it all up, less than 1/3 of the development time at under 1/10 the development cost, this startup company has created a rocket that is fully reusable and will deploy twice the launch thrust for anywhere from 1/13,000th the cost to as little as only 1/2600th the cost per launch. Keep in mind that SLS has been plagued with problems and we don't even know if it ever will get widespread deployment. NASA contractors operate on a cost-plus model, whereas you just keep taking more and more money for the contract you already have, whereas SpaceX operates on a fixed price model, where you take the job for a price and then you make it happen. You decide for yourself which has been more successful. In addition to all of this, there is a now far more nefarious way in which NASA has become a political football, and that's congressional fuckery. So in addition to the federal government dropping the ball on telling NASA that what to build, Congress now enters stage left to exacerbate this shit show by an order of magnitude in telling NASA how to build these never-ending boondoggles. Gone are the days when NASA would get money from the federal government allocated for a project and decide how best to use the money. Now it's fully the subject to the whims of congressional appropriations. Rather than taking an hour to dive into the many ways that this is a congressional fuckery of the highest order, I will cut to the chase and just say that NASA's entire budget has become a jobs bill for congresspersons to make damn sure that any funding approval is tied to the fact that the jobs get allocated to their congressional districts. Let's take a look at the locations of the contractors who build the aforementioned SLS and see if we can figure out why they're having so many troubles and delays and running over on this. And give me 1 second. Technical difficulty. Here we go. There's the map. All those little pins is a contractor that is getting paid to do work on SLS. All of those. Congress makes sure that everybody gets their piece of the pie. And when the shit doesn't work together, nobody really gives a damn. These contractors are raking in billions. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. The same is true for most of the other NASA projects, from Artemis, Orion, the Gateway, and many others. These contractors are raking in billions of dollars from NASA-awarded contracts, which they then kick back contributions to the congresspersons who have oversight on what money NASA gets for their projects. This has been labeled largely as SMIC, the Space Military Industrial Complex. And within this overall shit show, there's a strong subgroup known colloquially as in the space community as the Alabama Space Mafia. The single greatest block of space engineers is located in Huntsville, Alabama, near the Marshall Space Flight Center. Again, cutting to the quick for time, there's a handful of states led by Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, and Colorado who wield immense power with regard to NASA funding oversight and, conveniently enough, get the vast majority of NASA's funding. Despite continual cost overruns and delays, they keep getting awarded more and more money. These same contractors, again, keep contributing more and more campaign funds to the senators who get to approve what money NASA gets and where it can make its bloated and wasteful projects. There's a link to spacenews.com. Contractors continue to win awards despite overruns and cost delays. For a very good breakdown of this process, told as a story, I highly recommend checking out the M31 podcast, episode 17, The Alabama Space Mafia, where they explain in excruciating detail the development of the SLS and what the Space Mafia is doing to get around all of the regulations on that. For another anecdotal glimpse into the subject, let's check out a clip made from an interview with Howard Bloom, who is a member of the National Space Society Board of Governors, visiting scholar at NYU, and author of 7 books on science and technology, as well as being the man who founded the Space Development Steering Committee at the direct behest of Buzz Aldrin. Check it out.
Up until now, NASA, which has been dumbed down so much it's ridiculous by Congress and the Senate, because Congress and the Senate insist on designing their own rockets in order to produce jobs programs, not to get us to space.
Right. Is that what the problem is? It's a funding issue too, right? It's like you have to have immediate results for the amount of money that you put out.
It's worse than that. There's a little thing called the Alabama Mafia. It's a bunch of senators and congressmen from Texas and Colorado and Mississippi and all the states that have rocket jobs. And they have designed a rocket called the Space Launch System, and it's going to cost $30 billion to design it. And it's a throwaway rocket, so it's going to cost $1 to $2 billion for each flight.
You think this is intentional?
It's intentionally stupid.
You think so?
And yeah, because it's designed for jobs. And the result is we Americans haven't had access to space on American-made vehicles since 2011. That's a long time now.
That's a long time.
When we do get access to manned space, it's going to come from Elon Musk. It's not going to come from any of the major space companies. And $3 billion a year is sunk into this space launch system, this turkey, and another turkey called the Orion. And that's money that we need that money to actually design habitats on the moon, to design mining equipment, to mine the ice on the moon and turn it into rocket fuel and breathable oxygen and drinkable water. And there are tons of things we need, but NASA's not producing them because it's trying to compete with Elon and Jeff. Elon and Jeff know a secret. If I volunteered to fly you to New York City, and I told you, I'm going to do this for free. I'm not going to charge you a penny. All you have to pay are the expenses. And then I bought you a Boeing 737 for $325,000 and allowed you and one friend to get into this thing. And then I flew you to New York. And then I flew the plane out into the Atlantic, over the Atlantic, and plowed it into the Atlantic Ocean and discarded it. Now, but I'm doing this all without charging you anything, you realize. So when you want to fly back from New York to California, I'll buy you another 737, another $325,000, and fly you back. And then I'll fly the 737 out over the Pacific, and I will ditch it. This is the way we do space at NASA right now. So how much would it cost you per ticket for you and a friend to go from L.A. to New York and back again? Approximately $325,000 per ticket. How often would you fly from LA to New York? Not very often, if ever. So that's what NASA is doing with this space launch system, and it's gobbling up so much money, there's no funding left for the stuff we really need to do.
Do you think it would be better if they just privatized the entire venture?
It would be better if they offered what are called COTS programs, where you ask companies to bid on getting a rocket wherever you want it to go and doing with that rocket whatever you want it to do. And then let Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and United Launch Alliance, which is a big company underwritten by the government that is, I can never remember the names of the companies, but it's Boeing and Lockheed Martin combined, and allow them all to bid on this. Because Elon is going to bring it in for 1/10 the cost. Elon has developed the Falcon Heavy for approximately $2 billion. He's developed all of his rockets for approximately $2 billion for all of them. It's costing NASA $30 billion to develop a turkey.
Now, how do they keep doing that in the face of these guys like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos?
Congressmen and senators don't care. They simply want to maintain the jobs in their districts. Plus, if they feed the SMIC, the Space Military Industrial Complex, the Space Military Industrial Complex will kick back contributions to their campaign funds as a result.
Right.
So this is an evil spiral. Buzz Aldrin calls these the Darth Vaders of space, the Lockheed Martins and Northrop Grummans and the big aerospace, traditional aerospace contractors. So Congress and a certain number, it's a cabal of senators and congressmen who are screwing us up, because a country that dreams big gets big. A country that looks up goes up. A country that looks down goes down. We become accustomed to looking down because we don't have that glorious option. The moon is way behind us. Buzz and Neil Armstrong walking on the moon, that's a long time ago. That's 2 generations, 2.5 generations ago. And kids in America have lost that dream of creating a paradise above the sky because NASA's abandoned them. And NASA's been forced to abandon them by these congressmen and senators who steal this money from the NASA budget. But if that money were used, look, that $3 billion a year would mean that you could develop an entire Elon Musk space program and launch roughly 20 rockets.
But is the issue the actual engineers and the scientists themselves? I mean, they must.
No, it's
obviously,
politicians.
Right, but the politicians, are they able to dictate what the actual scientists and engineers create?
Sadly,
Say, hey,
I think
you
I have
must
to talk
create
over this
something
clip to stop
that
YouTube
is
from killing it
disposable?
again. So
yes.
But is that really a conversation that's taking place?
Yes, because these guys have said, okay, we want to use space shuttle, leftover space shuttle technology, and they've mapped out the specifications of the rocket that they want. These guys are doing what? Yes, that's right.
How's that possible?
Oh, it's easy.
That seems disgusting.
They control the budget, and one of the tricks that the SMIC, the Space Military Industrial Complex, has known for a long time is you try to parcel out jobs to as many states as possible. So major programs like the latest fighter that the Air Force, the Navy are being told to use, those represent jobs in roughly 45 states each. That means that if you're Lockheed Martin and you want to keep your contract for a plane that people are claiming can lose to a 1951 era MiG, all you have to do is hit the congressmen and senators from those 47 states, and they'll all back you. Why? Because they're counting on your campaign contributions. Where are you going to get the money to give them campaign contributions from that $1 billion to $3 billion nipple per year that NASA has been forced to extend to you, or that the Air Force has been forced to extend to you? It's a very corrupt system.
That's a dirty system.
And it means that the Russians and the Chinese can develop equivalent aircraft, for example, for 1/10 the price and deliver them for 1/10 the price.
Imagine where we would be. I mean, you're only talking about 2 super geniuses, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Imagine where it would be if they didn't exist. And
exactly.
The odds are very high that they wouldn't exist.
The odds are very high that somebody could do away with them. It would be fair.
All right. Let's close this out and wait a second for YouTube to unfuck itself so that the video will come back. There we go. Is that back? Is that... Jesus Christ.
Yep.
So what we're going to have to start doing next week is, I'm sorry, but because YouTube is fucking stupid, we're going to have to start showing videos on little tiny screens in the corner, and I'm going to have to like talk over it fairly regularly so that this is fair use. We're literally having this for a discussion. All right, let's wrap this up and get on the panel discussion so that we can actually talk about all this stuff. So, over half a century after NASA first sent men to the moon, we now find ourselves without the capability to even get into space on our own. NASA has been forced to rent seats aboard Russian and SpaceX ships, not having launch capability of its own since 2011. Until just recently, NASA was forced to buy rocket engines and even try to use for their own rockets from Russia, who has recently announced, thanks to tensions over Ukraine, that they will no longer allow NASA to buy their engines or seats on their rockets. And we're going to have to rent our suits. Basically, if it weren't for SpaceX, the U.S. would not currently even be able to say that we have a functional manned space program. Thus endeth the bad news, I promise. Because something big has happened that could very well light a fire under our ass and get NASA back on track. We have officially entered the second space race. While the Russian space program is in shambles, the Chinese are now rising to prominence on the world stage. And while the Russians were first in space and the Americans were first to the moon, China has set its eyes towards ascending to dominance by being the first to put boots on Mars. In recent years, they expanded their space program 100-fold. Just this week, China launched mission Shenzhou-14 to effectively triple the size of their Tiangong space station, which deployed just last year. It's approximately 100 miles higher than the ISS and is currently around 1/5 the mass of the ISS, but scheduled to be augmented by another 6 major missions by the end of this year, according to the CNSA, the Chinese National Space Agency. There's a link from the Eurasian Times article about it. In recent years, they've sent multiple robotic missions to scout and prove their tech capabilities on the moon. Their next moon mission, Chang'e 7, is specifically targeting ice deposits that are suspected to exist in abundance in the deep craters of the lunar South Pole. These could provide much-needed material for a permanent lunar base, as well as rocket fuel for multi-stage missions to Mars. Let me throw that up there. And topping it all off, China has announced they plan to send their first crewed mission to Mars in 2033. They also plan crew rotational and resupply missions in 2035, 2037, 2041, and beyond, according to the head of China's Academy of Launch Vehicle Technologies, Wang Xiaojun, in a video link statement he made to the Space Exploration Conference in Russia. That was covered by Reuters. We've got the link for you right there. In short, China is the new kid on the block, and they have both the funding and the iron will to cut past all the bullshit that we have gotten bogged down in and get things done. I strongly believe that China will be, at worst, missing their target by one cycle and have boots on Mars by 2035 or at the absolute latest 2037. Some have even speculated that they're misstating their intentions on purpose and that they really intend to shock the world with their first manned mission to Mars coming in the 2031 cycle. Much like Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin, America is waking up to the reality that nominally communists are again set to rise to prestige through space exploration, and I believe this impetus will provide the best chance we have since the 1960s to get NASA back on track. Honestly, were it not for SpaceX, we would already be so far behind in this race as to make it all but lost. Thankfully, we do live in a world in which SpaceX exists and is more than ready to provide necessary rockets to get us there. What we now need to do is for America to wake up and regain its urgency to put NASA back on track. To accomplish this, in my opinion, we need to do the following. Number one, beef up NASA's budget back to the 4 to 5% of federal budget percentage that it was, where it's currently at 0.05%, less than half of 1%. We need to reinstitute the clear policy of not fucking with NASA's mandate on the presidential and congressional level. We need to pull back congressional oversight on spending, removing the trough from all those little congressional piggies, and and develop a continuity program in which we set 20-year development goals for NASA, which are not subject to the changing whims of administration swapping every 4 to 8 years. Maybe some kind of a council of 3 or so people that are appointed for life, such as the same way we do the Supreme Court, or some other method to ensure we do not fall back into the old habits. Number 3, we need to abandon the SLS as the waste that it is and cut all spending on this immediately. Number 4, using SpaceX for rocket and presumably Red Dragon for the module, we need to kick NASA into high gear on designing, inventing, testing, and implementing all of the surrounding tech needed for crewed space colony on Mars to make that a reality. This includes 3D printing habitats, tools, vehicles, suits, and all other tech needed to start a small-scale colony, then ramp up the infrastructure to allow for multiple redundancies and safety measures to ensure that those colonists can survive any eventuality, as they will be 2 years away from help in the worst-case scenarios. We need to empower NASA to make smart strategic alliances with those key contractors such as SpaceX, Blue Origin, ELA, as well as other national space programs such as the ESA, JAXA, CNAS, and Roscosmos that will empower future development. But restructure all NASA procurement contracts to be designed for direct bid amounts and never ever award another contract under the cost-plus system. Just in case it wasn't explicitly stated enough above, we need to kill the Alabama space mafia once and for all. And last but not least, we need to give the Guard direct orders to shoot on site any representative from Boeing that enters the building. Implementing these changes will, I believe, give NASA a better... Wow, I'm going to mute real quick because people are laughing here. Implementing these changes will, I believe, give NASA a better than 50-50 chance of being the first to put boots on Mars, as well as lead to permanent bases on the moon and the expansion of infrastructure needed to finally make humanity a multiplanetary species. There's no question on if this will happen, only whether America will lead the way or be left behind. This will happen within the next 30 years, and that will provide enough infrastructure and proving of tech to allow for the third space race to begin. The third space race will be one in which nation states are competing with corporations to harness the resources of our solar system at a profit, which is what will lead us to finally having humans permanently based off the Earth as a viable prospect. Thank you for listening to my ramblings. Now let's hear from each of you on the panel, as well as those on the live chat and hearing in the recorded later what you have to say on the subject. Go into the comments and state your points. Why don't we start with Wolf? Wolf, you used to work at NASA. I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I used to work under NASA. I worked for United Space Alliance, and what I did was basically the space shuttle was a space plane, and like any other aircraft, things stop working correctly, not as well, they just outright break. So after a flight, whatever's a discrepant or non-conforming part gets taken off, and for a number of systems it was under my purview to figure out what happened to it, refurbish it, rebuild it, clean it, whatever, test it, make sure it was good. For some of them, it was put it on the shelf to be used as a spare for later. Others, it was, we need to get this thing back on the bird because it's got to go, and this is the only one we got. So that was a really fun job. But working there, doing that stuff, I got to see behind the curtain real hard. Gone are the heydays of NASA designing and figuring out problems. They are, the final A is for administration, and they are a federal administrating body. All they do is send out requests for quotes. They pick whichever company comes back with, hey, we're going to do the thing, and it's up to the companies, Boeing, Lockheed, ATK. They're the ones that do that. There's all NASA does is oversight and risk management, and Well, there's been a couple notable incidents just with the space shuttle program of risk management that was poorly handled.
So it's time to bring NASA back to doing actual science instead of just minding the till, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Chad, what do you think about this? Chad. Why am I seeing Chad light up? There we go.
Sorry, it's my fault. The SLS is a joke. It has been for years. It just gets. There have been estimates that the launch cost is upwards of $4 billion a launch, which is insane. Elon could launch 1,000 rockets for that price. It's just bad. Without Elon, we'd have nothing at this point. As you said, it's become a jobs program with no clear goal and no real need to actually be held accountable for the results. The SLS is right now doing a wet rehearsal for fueling, and they're still having problems with it. And on this absurdly hacked together launch platform that, they'll do one launch a year, maybe, assuming they even get it off the ground. It's just kind of sad overall. And Elon's going full speed ahead with making a launch tower for the Starship in Florida, as well as further testing in Boca Chica and developing factories to make the pump out Starships as fast as possible once they get it to the point where they can get into orbit and back down to the ground safely.
Honestly, it seems to me like it's a no-brainer that the space race is going to be between Elon and China. NASA, the only way that NASA's involved is if they're catching a ride on Elon's rocket.
NASA went from zero to oh my god in a very short amount of time. I mean, they have a space station that's getting bigger all the time. They're having success after success. They've had robotic missions to the moon. There's no political issue in China. It's just they're all in, and regardless of, there's no senators to bribe, there's no politicians. It's just the guy who at the top says do it, and everyone does, and they are getting results in China.
Absolutely. I want to make sure everybody out there, I want you guys add in your comments on here because I want to go over them as we're going through stuff. Why don't we hop over to Suv? What do you think about all this?
So I guess slightly hot take.
Okay.
And I'm probably wrong, and but I'll say it anyway for the in the interest of diversity of opinion. I don't think there is anything. I don't think there is anything intrinsically good about a state powering a space race as opposed to private enterprise, because for several reasons. Like one, yes, you can be very, very efficient in an autocracy. China built something like 50 airports in 2013, I think it was, despite. Because they don't have to bother if they're bulldozing a village or displacing a load of Uyghurs or whatever, and everything that everybody else has just said is absolutely correct. But I don't. But also, states do not have the profit incentive. States cannot fail. Well, I mean, they can. There is such a thing as state failure, but they can do things unsuccessfully for many, many years, and with few repercussions for the people involved, as the SLS demonstrates. Whereas private enterprise succeeds or fails, and if they fail, they cease to exist. And over time, in the last few hundred years, private enterprises has generally achieved far more than states in most fields, like technological advancement, raising living standards, making poor countries richer, etc.
Okay.
So, therefore, it follows that NASA existing as the arm of government which sets the rules and defines the playing field for a vibrant field of space companies doesn't sound to me as too terrible a way to proceed. And there are probably loads and loads of good reasons why I'm wrong, and I look forward to being roundly refuted by you learned gentlemen. But for me, I'm probably intellectually doxing myself slightly with this comment, but I feel that governments, when it comes to stuff like this, governments should be the ones to make sure that people that companies are not doing ill, that companies are not doing bad things and exploiting people and making people's lives worse. And companies' jobs is to profitably do exciting things. And I just think I think that the space race, I think that the first space race was great and is a cool story, and the version of it that I know, which is the one that is commonly told in the West, is a great story, but it need not have been, and it is, you need, in a democracy, you need popular will behind enormous, potentially crippling measures like redirecting 4% of GDP towards something which is not going to immediately demonstrably benefit most people. And I would be wary of doing the same thing again when demographically the USA is in a completely different position now to it was in 1950s.
So
particularly with regards to aging populations and stuff. So anyway, I know I'm rambling, but just to round up, I don't know if it would be a terrible thing if NASA was just the referee. If NASA just became the referee that made sure that space companies were doing shit right and not making the world a slightly worse place, and companies like SpaceX did the heavy lifting. Like, I'm not sure that would be terrible. Anyway, yeah, over to you.
So I get you. I really do. And I even agree with largely what you're saying. With you saying transferring 4% of GDP without any tangible returns would be a problem, I would point out that we currently spend 20% of GDP on the military when we have a military that is strong enough to take on the next 10 largest militaries on the planet and still win in anything other than a direct nuclear engagement, which nobody can win. So there's no point.
But that does directly benefit most. That directly benefits most people worldwide, I would say. America's position militarily guarantees the safety and freedom of far, far more human beings than live in the United States of America.
Okay, but that's not the taxpayers of America. So now we're moving the goalposts a little bit to talking about the quote-unquote greater good of the humanity as a whole.
Right. You're right. Yeah, and you are right.
In addition to that, I would point out that there was a study done that says for every $1 spent on space exploration, $8 have been returned to the United States economy. Like, that's from our economy.
Yeah,
everything
you're right.
Everything from GPS, the cameras in all of our phones, a test. So basically, the Hubble Space Telescope launched with a problem with the lens. It was blurry. And as a result, NASA had to generate this computer code that was able to, like, find patterns and things and whatever. It was so good at that they actually use it now to find breast cancer in women earlier than it could have been used before. The memory foam that they use to create the seats in the NASA aircraft are now used on everything from NFL helmets to military combat helmets to a lot of people's beds to the goddamn, what is this, Titan Omega gaming seat that I'm sitting on. Like, space dollars return money if they're done right. The only problem is, I agree with you. Your idea of saying, let's use just NASA as the referee to dole out civilian contracts because they do it better, I strongly agree with that. I'm saying the system that we have now isn't that. The system that we have now is a form of corporate welfare where Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and a couple of these other fucking big-ass companies that can buy and sell senators like it's like they're buying Pokemon cards literally get these deals for billions and billions and billions of dollars to do nothing. I'm saying let's do it better.
I'm not disputing your premise at all. I guess the TLDR of my point is that if NASA's job was to prevent that rather than facilitate that, I don't think it would be a terrible outcome.
I agree. I agree with you strongly. And I think that your point is very well made and should be heeded, that there is a lot of the space race needs governments. It needs national governmental bodies at first because there's no money in it at the start. But once you get to a certain point, which I think we're rapidly approaching now, if not already at, then it becomes far more efficient and even theoretically ethical to let businesses outlay costs and try to recoup their investment while we have, you know, general humanity sort of staying out of that and working on more tangible things that they can deal with. So I think you make excellent points, Souv.
The other thing I'll just finish on is that space exploration is risky, and generally it's a good principle. It's proven a good principle over time to let private enterprise take big risks, because if you stand to profit from something, you should stand to eat the loss if it fails, and it's better for capital to take that risk and eat those losses than it is for states and therefore citizens of states.
I strongly agree. KALRATI, what do you think about all of this? I know, so this is your first time on our show. Maybe you're like, holy shit, you guys went deep onto some. I thought this was just about fucking video games. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, I know, right? It's really interesting. But yeah, listening to a lot of what you narrated, it was, you know, there were some elements that I really didn't know about. But, you know, it's quite something. And I totally agree with a lot of the points that previous persons have been talking about, where, yes, you know, in the real world, you cannot exclude the influence of political or governmental hands on a research and an application institution. That's how I always viewed NASA, at least, right? But when there is excessive intervention, that's the kind of inevitable outcome that you've seen over the years with NASA. Who knows? Maybe the outcome would have been inevitable either way, to possibly, in some weird way, encourage the emergence of the private sector with regards to space exploration. And, you know, to touch on Soup's point, with regards to encouraging that, where you'd have less of a risk, impact-wise on, you know, taxpayer dollars, by investing in private companies. Who knows? Maybe the inevitable outcome benefited that. Maybe not. But, you know, this is the result of NASA right now is what you get when you have excessive political intervention. And coming from someone who is predominantly in a research field, where I remember a couple years ago I was can't remember the university that I applied to, but it had to do with researching autonomous composites for atmospheric bodies re-entering planets. I sometimes wonder, you know, what has become of, you know, a lot of those things, because that university, the project that university was outputting was tied directly to NASA. So it actually makes me wonder, you know, what would have you know, come out of that, and how these research institutions that have ties with NASA would actually be affected. Would they actually just refer to the more private sectors instead, or would they just scrap it as a whole? So it is sad to see what has become of it. I don't know if to say that it shouldn't have happened, because once again, maybe these inevitable outcomes do spark some level of hope to show us, okay, this is the shit that we shouldn't be doing. So who knows? I'm hoping for the best, that whatever comes out of NASA comes out in a positive way in the next 10 years or so. I'm going to give you know, NASA 10 years, because these things, you know, it doesn't take a short time to come back on top, you know. So I'm going to wait and see.
So I want to call out a couple of comments from the chat. Crazy Shack 48 at Black Sky Legion, disagree, Kai. Xi Jinping has the will to glorify himself. That's not China. That's not people. That's one man. And he's willing to crush anyone who disagrees with him in that vision. I don't know how that's a disagreement. I strongly agree with you on all of that. I think little fucking Winnie the Pooh is a shithead, and I am strongly in agreement with you, Crazy Shack. Shadow Wyvern. Government bureaucracy can be just as dangerous to people as private enterprise.
Absolutely.
Even in democracies, you need a balance between the two. Absolutely, dead right. Wintermute, Kennedy setting out being on the moon by the end of the 60s wasn't also a vanity project? Completely right. It definitely was. Like I said before, presidents are by their very nature vain and petty men who want to announce a big thing and have it happen and want to kill anything that anyone before them was working on. Shadow Riven, quite right about the constant hyping of Musk and Bezos at all. I just worry about the constant hyping of Musk and Bezos at all. I strongly agree. Ludicrous argument. This makes me always angry in Switzerland. Percentage of GDP compared to military science education. There is always money for guns, but not for bringing mankind further. Could not agree with you more, Dunklaora. Let's see. Sheet post modernist. Yeah, all the side inventions of the space program have introduced thousands of useful things to the rest of everyday life. Velcro was from NASA. Absolutely. Okay. Jay, for the first time someone successfully retrieves $1 trillion rock and returns it to the Earth or Earth's orbit where it can be processed, it's all over. 100%. Although, if you understand the way like economies work, once you bring $1 trillion rock back, it's not as scarce and therefore your rock isn't worth $1 trillion anymore. But you're still right that it's going to massively shift the entire framing of the conversation. There's some great comments in here. NASA has a history of taking shortcuts, which led to the loss of Apollo 1 crew and the loss of Challenger. You're not wrong. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Dark Knight, bring us home. What do you think on all of this? I saved you for last because I'm expecting some really top quality stuff.
Oh, man. Oh, I've been reading chat. Some really good nuggets in there. You guys are really making some solid points. One of the first things I want to get to that you had mentioned in in your essay here, but it was, and we actually have been discussing it just now, is the private sector being the one to take the lead on this, and NASA being more of a support and supporting these private sectors to develop and to continue to move forward in space exploration as a whole, especially in the United States. That NASA could be, printing habitats, like you said, tools and helping develop vehicles and things like that, that SpaceX will launch to go to the moon or to Mars, or that Blue Origin will actually launch to, even though they won't go as far up, but help develop new space station technology or transportation, things like that. I'm going to jump all over the place because I got my notes.
No, it's great.
And so that is, and I even believe Soul Ripper, you mentioned it too, that the private sector is probably the best way to move forward. I look at it from the standpoint of when flight became a thing, powered flight became a thing. That was a private sector that started that. That was the Wright brothers doing their thing. Now imagine if the FAA was the one to develop flight and to push flight forward and to develop the vehicles and to put the money into it. We might not be flying in jets that we have now. The FAA is a governance, and they look over and provide regulation for the private sectors to develop aircraft and to stick within a regulatory statutes. There's competition between each of the different aircraft manufacturers out there. You've got Cessna and Boeing, and not talking Boeing military, but Boeing private sector or Boeing commercial. You've got not Lockheed, they're not doing it private, Bombardier, Gulfstream, all of these different companies that are pushing flight forward. Airbus, they're pushing flight forward. But if the FAA was the one that was completely controlling how the airplanes flew and what design the airplanes were, and had to and were the ones that were actually developing, we would still be holding ourselves back because we would be relying on the government to actually build the aircraft and they'd be going shooting hoops back and forth. Oh, we're going to build jobs over here, and look at that, I built a job, I made jobs, so you can pat me on the back. And then the next administration comes in, and there it goes.
Cancel it.
Now we got to start over again.
I forgot who it was, but there's somebody that once said that if you left innovation in medical sciences up to government, we would never have a polio vaccine. We just have a ton of iron lungs. And it's like
exactly,
yeah, exactly,
exactly, and that's exactly what I'm saying. It's just like, if we leave it in their hands, we're not going to get anywhere. So if it wasn't for all of these private companies to come out and do it, and yeah, they're out there for profit. They create a competition to better the industry. The Airbus and Boeing are competing against each other. Who can build the best, safest, most comfortable jet? And so if SpaceX and Blue Origin are going at each other, they're both going to be competing on who can build the fastest, the most safest, and the most proficient rocket to propel us to the Mars and to the moon, or to some asteroid, or wherever we want to go. It's that creates the environment for us to do it the right way, as opposed to relying on NASA and the U.S. government to do it for us. NASA had their time during the Apollo program. The Russians pushed us to do it. If it wasn't for the Russians to actually do something, we'd probably be sitting on our asses still, waiting for something to happen. When they found out that Sputnik went up, or they said, "Shit, we got to put something up there too." When Yuri went up into space, they said, "Shit, we got to get up there too." And immediately it was like, we want to be the first ones to the moon. And so Kennedy put it out there, we're going to be the first ones to the moon. And that pushed them to move forward. But now we're past that. Now we have companies like SpaceX, and, not to gloat over, Mr. God himself, Elon Musk, but he's the one that is taking this and moving it, that post so far forward that you've got people like Jeff Bezos now going, I want to do it too. And you've got other companies out there thinking the same thing. I want to do this too. Who's going to be the first one to take, 20 people to the moon and put a base down on there? Who's going to be the first to send 10 people to Mars that they can live there, and then we can fly back and forth, and cut the time down. It's like building the supersonic jet. Who's going to be the first to build the next Concorde to Mars? These are the kind of things that I see that would be beneficial to NASA to just take an FAA type of stance and say, we'll help make governance over, some certain regulations for safety, and like the NTSB and FAA and whatnot. And we will make sure that you get, whatever proper grants or funding or whatever you need to help develop and push forward under the guise of the United States of America. China's doing their own thing, and China's moving forward, and they're making the U.S. look bad. If we want to put it into like a nationalistic type of thing, it's almost coming back again to the Apollo program. China's doing something, and now NASA's like, shit, we need to actually do something.
I agree.
But they don't have the way to do it. They need to rely on these private sector companies to actually move forward, just like they do in the airline industry, just to move forward. You do the development, you build the rockets. Yes, you're going to take the risk, and that's how it works. And we will help you get there. But we are not going to be the ones to do it. We are going to encourage other companies to come out and let them do the space, let them take on the new space race. And I have a feeling we'll probably end up seeing that, and it should happen, that we start seeing a more private space race. You've got the Jeff Bezos and the Elon Musk and the Richard Bransons and all of these people that are trying to push space into the conversation and make it more mainstream, more common. How often now do we talk about, SpaceX launching rockets? They launch a rocket almost every single week, it seems like. I mean, they are really setting the standard for what it will be 20, 30 years down the road for getting us to that level of saying, okay, NASA doesn't have to say we put people on the moon. NASA just helped us get, all of the things that we needed, the regulations, and help build out, what I'm trying to think of, I can't think of the word. But they're going to be the ones to help, but they're not going to be the ones to actually do it. I think you made a huge point on it. I'm sorry. I'm
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
But,
go ahead.
But that's all I really wanted to say, is that everybody in chat, everybody in this panel, you all had made all of those great points, and I'm just kind of summarizing exactly what you all said, and just saying that we're in a new age. It's time for NASA to take a step back and let other people take the handle on this one, and they just take a stance like the FAA and like the NTSB, and just watch and just make sure things are safe for people to actually do this kind of thing. So
absolutely,
I think that's it.
Absolutely. As we wrap this up, I want to call out some more great comments in the chat. Target drone. As long as there is competition, all is well, but without regulation, they will consolidate into some near monopolies, and then innovation stagnates. I agree with that to a point. Yeah. Absolutely. Crazy Shack 48. Government needs to be involved, but as the referee, not the quarterback. That I strongly agree with. Fast Cart in the chat. Make NASA great again. No. I want to make hats that say Masa, make America smart again. Can we? Whatever, but yeah. That, and it
now
works.
You're asking the impossible.
Yeah, well, okay. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I don't know. Put some feedback in the comments. If you guys like it, say it in the live chat, say it in the whatever. Maybe you guys are like, dude, we just came here for our fucking video game talk. What are you doing? But like, I find sometimes shit like that interesting, and like going through sort of, these little whatever. So let's get on to Thing a Week. We got a lot of TV shows to talk about. Great fucking sci-fi on TV. Star Trek Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus. They dropped episode 6. Lift Us Where Suffering Cannot Reach, Thursday, June 9th. So just yesterday. 51 minutes long. Again, just so nobody's worried, none of these are going to be spoilers. None of these are I'm not going to ruin anything. This one here was, again, I give it an A+. I think this was top quality sci-fi. It had the Star Trek feel to it. It also had a real Black Mirror feel to it. And I'm not going to explain any more than that, because that might get into spoiler territory, but it really had a Black Mirror feel. I love Black Mirror. I love this episode. I have not been a fan of Star Trek in the most recent iterations. I haven't, just have not. This one is fucking hitting out of the park. It is an A+. Let's see. Does anybody have anything that they want to hop in on this without giving out any spoilers? Just feel free to hop in.
Yeah,
ahead,
I do. The episode was really good. It reminded me of some of the more morality level shows from Babylon 5 and other Star Trek TOS stuff. And the ending is like, oh, and then it's like, there's no right answer here. There's no easy way. Everyone's happy and goes home smiling. It's like Black Mirror. I mean, it was super good. The show, the production values are great. And it really, everyone's point of view is just that, and there's no 100% right or wrong. It just depends, like in Star Wars a lot, it just depends on a certain point of view.
Right on. Completely agree. Anybody else? I heard up.
I want to throw in, just just overall general of Strange New World. Fucking awesome. I love the show. I love the premise. I got my binge out, and I haven't gotten to this next one yet, but I'm going to get there tonight. But all I have to say is that when I first started watching it, I was worried about let's try to have nostalgia feel to it, because that gets old, Star Wars. And so it's like, I don't want to see that. but what they have done with this and taking it to a different level of still that, you still got a little bit of that old school Enterprise, but it is on a different level. And what they have done with the characters in this new series, I'm just enjoying these stories left and right. They are really, really taking it on a different ride than what Discovery had gone. Discovery's gone into a completely different zone on their own, which is it's still good, but I've really enjoyed Strange New Worlds, and I know every single episode that I've watched, the next one's just going to be mind blowing, and it's really, really cool. And they're still developing the characters and each character, and I want to say that most people probably in chat have watched this. I'm hopefully not giving too many spoilers away from the very first episode.
Oh, you could talk about the first step,
but bringing the story of Uhura into the fold and giving her character some real solid back, some real history is really amazing. And just the introduction of characters that you thought were going to be certain ones, but it was somebody's father, or it was somebody's brother, or who how these relationships developed, to where you get to the J.J. Abrams versions of the new Star Trek movies. How all of this just came, it's really cool. I'm loving it.
Yeah,
absolutely love it.
This episode in particular, you will be loving Pike and Dr. M'Benga. Dr. M'Benga has a phenomenal sort of arc in this show, and this particular episode.
Awesome.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love Pike. He's cool as hell, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And Anson Mount's hair just continues to impress.
Yeah, I think his hair is like half their budget, and they have a big budget. All right. If there's nothing else, we're gonna move on to the Orville. All right. So let's hop over to the Orville, New Horizons, which is season 3 on Hulu, episode 2, The Shadow Realms. This dropped yesterday, Thursday, the 9th. It's an hour and 5 minutes long. I give it a solid A. Again, as with all of these, no spoilers. I will say I thought that the first episode, the premiere episode of this season, was an A+. This is an A. It's if I had to judge between the two of them, the premiere was the better of the two, but this episode was fantastic. And this episode is getting specifically into a deep, deep exploration field. The Orville is going someplace where they've never gone before, and it is Star Trek at its best. I mean, it's literally just that good. The budget is a huge step up. It is much more sort of serious than it was. There is a decided lack of the jokey jokes, and it is much more on the serious sense, but it still has the heart, it has the joy. It is absolutely incredible. If you're in North America and you have Hulu, go and fucking watch this for free. If not, I think it's Disney Plus around the world, and or steal it. I'm not your dad. Anybody else have thoughts or feels from the Orville New Horizons episode 2, The Shadow Realms? No,
I still haven't watched Orville yet.
Well, it just came out yesterday. Oh, it is fantastic.
Oh, I mean the entire series. I have to get into that. Wasn't that on Netflix for a while?
It was on one of the, I think, CBS or Fox or something for 2 seasons. Okay. Then it went away for like 5 years, and now it's back with season 3 on Hulu. And there is a petition. There is literally a petition going at that whatever, change.org or whatever, where they're saying, let's have an Orville season 4. The crew has said they want to do it. The cast has said they want to do it. It's up to, A, vote with your dollars and go buy it on Hulu or Disney or wherever, and B, sign the petition, whatever. If they get enough signatures, who knows? Maybe they'll whatever. But the Orville season 3/New Horizons is fantastic. I'm loving it so far. You need to go and check it out. Next up, we've got here we go. Asset 9, which is The Man Who Fell to Earth, Season 1. It's on Showtime. Episode 6 dropped last Sunday. Changes. I think it's definitely, there's a David Bowie little like double entendre there. This I gave an A++. It's hard to beat Star Trek Strange New Worlds right now. This show does it. It is firing on absolutely all cylinders. This particular episode, Changes, was a masterclass on what exactly it means to be human from the viewpoint of a non-human. I'm going to put links in the chat right now to, here we go, copy, stream live chat. Here are the links. You can watch the trailer and the first 2 episodes of the season 100% completely free on YouTube. The show is on Showtime. I'm telling you, I dare anyone to watch those first 2 episodes for free on YouTube and then not go, all right, fuck it. Showtime, you're getting my $10 a month. This is, there's a lot of shows that I'm loving right now. This is, for me, tied as the best goddamn show on television right now. And it's tied with the show we're going to get to in just a moment. But this is the absolute best. It doesn't get better than this. This show is as good as The Expanse. And that, for me, is a statement of near religious proportions. All right. Anybody want to hop in on anybody else watching The Man? I feel like I'm the only guy watching this show, and it's the best fucking show on TV. It blows my mind.
Yeah. I'm going to make a concerted effort to watch it this weekend.
Well, you've got 6 episodes of fucking gold in front of you.
Yeah,
I have Showtime, so it's fine.
Right on. KALRATI?
Yeah, coincidentally, I've been meaning to watch this show for the longest time, and it's a good. It's ironic that you mentioned it now. So I think that's a sign for me to say, hey, start watching it either tonight or tomorrow. So I'm gonna start it.
Chiwetel Ejiofor in this episode alone, I mean, deserves, like, this is Oscar nomination. Like, this is best movie actor of the year level acting. This guy is a fucking god, and you need to pay attention. This guy is legit. All right. Next up, we have asset number 10. Obi-Wan, episode, whatever the fuck this was, 4. Episode 4, yes. They don't name them. They just literally just whatever. Honestly, I give this a B+. I know Obi-Wan is getting a lot of hate out there in the world. This is put out by Disney Plus. Episode 4 was 36 minutes long. These are short shows. I think these are maybe a little bit more on the kid-friendly sort of level. But I thought it was great. I thought it was beautiful. I loved it. I don't know what to say other than this show gets so much hate from and I think it's just trendy now to shit on Star Wars, but man, I thought it was good. It wasn't A+ level. It wasn't even A level, but it was B+ level, like solid B+ level. For me, the way I roll out these shows, as far as, my personal rating, I would say Mandalorian is A+. That's my favorite. Book of Boba Fett is just barely behind it at A, but like almost, it's just on the border of being A+. Book of Boba Fett was so good. And Obi-Wan is B to B+. It's good. It's not bad. It's not as good as the other 2, but it's not bad by any means. I'm really, really still on board. I'm not evangelizing for it. If you want to skip it, I get it. But it's good. I like it. And that takes. Does anybody have anything on Obi-Wan? Sorry, I was about to move on.
Yeah, I watched it. It was good. It's nice to see actual Jedi combat, and some familiar scenes from the past were recreated in this show.
Mm-hmm.
One from the Jedi, from Force Unleashed, in particular, which was very well done. Overall, it was more of it. It was good. They're starting to build out like a wider story, And we'll look forward to the next hopefully the next two episodes will answer a lot of questions.
Right on, right on. Anybody else before we move on?
Get ready to jump into Obi-Wan. I still haven't jumped in on it. I want to just mention you were talking about the Star Wars hate, which is kind of funny. But one of the things that I was having a conversation with a friend the other day is that I get it that Star Wars, that from Disney's point of view, is kind of building on regurgitating past stories or telling stories of characters that have been told, not so much told millions of times, but they're just kind of leaning on nostalgia. And I'm kind of gotten to a point, because I've read some other Star Wars things that had nothing to do with the Skywalkers and the Obi-Wans and and all all of this, the tropes that we've been fed for 30 some odd 40 years, and that it's time for Star Wars, and the creators of Star Wars, whether it's Disney Plus or it's the writers, tell a new story. Start a new saga, a new story of a different character that has nothing to do with the Skywalkers and that whole lineage. There's tons of books and comics and things out there that are written by fan fiction that tell stories within the Star Wars universe, but have nothing to do with these characters. And I think that's great, because it's similar in ways that, in ways of Star Trek, but Star Wars, it's an entire universe of its own that has a whole lot of other things going on than just the Skywalkers. And that there's, there can be new characters created within the Star Wars universe that could either happen like Mandalorian. The Mandalorian, if you really think about it, it almost until the end when they started putting in, Yoda and Skywalker, but it almost separated itself from that whole storyline. It's touching on it now, with Ahsoka coming back and at the end of Boba Fett, when if anybody had seen it, but it's I almost feel like it's time to take the story and take the Star Wars universe and add to it, as opposed to just regurgitating and trying to build storylines based on the original characters from the original movies. It's time to take it to a different level. Like Doctor Who, Doctor Who has different versions of each show every time a new Doctor Who comes out.
I dig it.
It's just like it's they could get away with it now. Maybe in the past, or all of the older guys would be like, no, but it's not. It's not Leia. It's not this and that. It's like, why don't we just create a new character who has her own storyline? And just go down that route. Maybe it could tie into Jedi, maybe it could tie into the Empire, or or whatever. But have a new story, that tells something different than what we've already heard.
Excellent. So
yeah,
excellent. So that brings us to For All Mankind Season 3, Episode 1, that just dropped today.
I think Kai's mic's muted. Everybody drink.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. All right. So I just linked in the chat for everyone the links for, hold on, here we go, Asset 11. I just linked in the chat all of the links for All Mankind. Season 3 just dropped today. It's only been out, this first episode has been out for less than 24 hours, and I've watched it fucking twice. When I said earlier that The Man Who Fell to Earth was tied for the best show on television, it's tied with this show. This show is literally, again, season 1, I watched it all. Season 2, I watched it all. I watched both season 1 and season 2 at least twice, end to end. for let's see, hold on. Yes. For season 3, episode 1, it was fucking fantastic. I cannot tell you how good this show is. You absolutely need to go and watch it. Hold on, Suv, do you have like 10 more minutes? Because then we can do your Nomansky thing on Dr. Kai's app.
No, I can do it. I can do it right now, or we can do it next week.
All right, let's stop what we're doing.
It's going to be a very long show, so I'd suggest doing it next week.
All right, we will do it next week. All right, no worries, Suf. All right, so For All Mankind Season 3, Episode 1 dropped today. It's an A++. It is absolutely the best. It's on Apple TV Plus, in America at least. I don't, overseas, I think probably the same. I cannot enough recommend it. I think you should go and check it out. So has anybody else seen For All Mankind Season 3, Episode 1? And or if you want to just comment on having seen Seasons 1 and 2.
I am making plans to watch this on Sunday. I have been waiting for Season 3, and I wants it. And I don't know if I'm going to try and just binge all the seasons before, just to, make sure my head's caged. But, man, I love this show. And the whole thing that we were talking about earlier with the space race and, it's lighting off again, hopefully. This is if it never ended. Just imagine the fun shit we would have now.
Absolutely. Anybody else seen, even just having seen Season 1 or 2, want to hop in on how amazing For All Mankind is?
Oh man. So as soon as you started talking about NASA and what became of NASA, For All Mankind, that movie came right into my mind, Kai. As soon as the stream started, and my paws raised as soon as you mentioned the show, because the acting, I think it was in Season 2. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but Joel Kinnaman's his acting is just amazing. The plot of what NASA could become, or what, and that's all I'm gonna say. But it's like, I haven't seen episode 1 of Season 3 yet, but I literally watched Season 1 and 2 over again a couple of months ago. It was just jaw dropping. The story, the acting of all the actors, what happened. I'm just really looking forward to episode 1 for Season 3. I'm definitely gonna watch it over this weekend.
Hell yeah! It just dropped this morning, so it's not like you've been sleeping on it. It just dropped. For those who don't know, Joel Kinnaman is Ed. He's the actor that plays Ed. One of the, Ed and Gordo are kind of the two main stars at the beginning of the series as a whole. Yeah. I cannot, and I'm going to watch it again this weekend. I will have seen it 3 times before the end of this weekend. That's how good this show is. What's that? Chad? Nope. All right. Anybody?
I'm gonna have to catch this show here.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to catch this.
I
just remembered. I'll have my friend help me out to find a way to watch this, because I don't have Apple TV.
Well,
and good Lord, Dunkel, I totally agree with you, man. How many other streaming services do I need to sign up for to get access to all of these? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. And lastly, on the TV front, we've got my review. I'm going to give it to you quickly on the Book of Boba Fett. First off, here is the 1-minute long trailer, so they shouldn't block this one. Here we go.
I am not a bounty hunter. I've heard otherwise. I know that you sit on the throne of your former employer. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
You were all once captains under Jabba the Hutt.
I'm here to make a proposal that's mutually beneficial. Why speak of conflict when cooperation can make us all rich?
What prevents us all from killing you and taking what we want?
If you had spoken such insolence to Jabba, he'd have fed you to his menagerie.
Please, speak freely.
All right, so I know I was way, way, way late in getting to Book of Boba Fett, but god damn it, was it good. I binged it, watched the entire thing, and no, we're not gonna get blocked or whatever. Even though, again, we're discussing this. This is a transformative work, so none of what we have done tonight should be blocked. But it's a matter of they block it because the algorithm doesn't know any better, and whatever. I'm over even discussing that. But so the Book of Boba Fett was like, I forget, 6 or 7 episodes. It was incredible through the whole thing. I will say this: it starts off as just Boba Fett, and I love it. It was great. It was good, even just that. But then it incorporates basically Mando into the back half of the season, and it just kicks up into high gear, and it is absolute just glory. You know, if you I mentioned the Mando thing because I think there's a lot of people that are like, I like Mando, but I'm not going to get into the other ones. Well, basically, this whole half of this more than half of this season is Mando. So just get into it. Do not rob yourself of it. It is so good. That's all I want to say. Just I loved it. I thought the actor that played Boba Fett was amazing. I love Ming-Na, who plays the assassin, the buddy. I love, obviously, Mando was in it. You have a whole cast of characters that come in from Mando into Book of Boba Fett, including the Marshal, played by what's his name? The guy, what was the
Timothy Oliphant.
Timothy Oliphant, the guy, what was the sheriff of Deadwood, what was the Raylan Givens in Justified. And I will say this. For those who have watched, who in the panel has watched Book of Boba Fett?
Yes,
I have.
Okay, so we got Wolf, we got Dark Knight, we got KALRATI. Have you watched it, Chad?
But yeah, I watched all Book of Boba Fett.
Okay, now let me ask. So every last one of us watched Book of Boba Fett. Did anybody who here other than me saw the and Wolf? I think I might have told you about it yesterday, so don't mention it if it was from I told you. But who has seen the post-credit scene that puts a whole twist on the end of Book of Boba Fett? Okay. All right, so Wolf and Dark Knight. KALRATI and Chad are dead silent. I'm guessing you didn't.
I don't.
Something.
So the end of the Book of Boba Fett, the end of the last episode of the season, has the closing credits, and then you see... I'm just going to say you see someone using his Bacta tank, and you're like, wait, what? This guy's alive! Oh, yeah!
Right?
Oh yeah, yes, that's all.
Yep.
So, I just, beginning to end, Book of Boba Fett was incredible, and I highly recommend it. Again, the way I place it is, Mando is the top, Book of Boba is just underneath it, Obi-Wan is just underneath that. I think they're all good. And Anybody have anything
All
they
I-
want to? Go ahead.
All I gotta say is Ming Na. I love Ming Na.
All right. All right. Settle
No,
down,
this
you.
is a great series. If you get a chance to watch it, watch it.
Hell
It
yeah.
really is. It's kind of starts off slow. Be aware it does, but once it gets going, man, and the tie-in with Mando, I'm interested to see where if they're going to take this, where they're going to take it, because there's a lot to come. It really is.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else before we move on to Elite Dangerous? Nope. All right. Here we go. Let's get it going, guys. Let's hop into Elite Dangerous news. We're going to start off with a very cool video for you guys to enjoy. So check it out.
but in my opinion, it sucks. Well, that's your problem.
All right. So that is FRU. That's the guy's name. FRU. That's his YouTube channel. Elite Dangerous Odyssey. This is Elite Dangerous. A link is in the show note. I strongly suggest that you go and check out his channel. Go and subscribe. He makes fantastic Elite Dangerous content. So you should definitely go and check it out. Let me pull up the... Here we go. What's going on with the... there we go. In addition to that, Elite Dangerous dropped Update 12 a day late on Wednesday, June 8th, 22. They ended up holding it off for a day because there was some kind of problem with implementation, but they dropped it. Link is in the show notes to the patch notes for the update. We're going to talk a little bit more about it here in a minute. I want to bring up an asset to show you. This is something new here with this. Let's see. Episode, here we go. 14. There's a PSA as of update 12. Ship kit parts now count as part of your ship's hull on the hit model, and they cause damage when hit, as you can see right there, of shooting one of the little fins for the ship kit and it taking damage. That's interesting. Anybody have anything they want to hop in on that with commentary? On the patch notes, we're going to get to that because of the thing coming up, but just on this?
I rather like the fact that if you put stuff on for a ship kit, it sticks out, that somebody can hit it and it does damage. Previously, they were just, you'd shoot through them, there wasn't nothing. I think it's a change that should have happened long ago. I don't know if it's an accident. I hope they don't fix it because it's a thing that makes sense.
Right on. All right. Anybody else with a question on this ship kit thing or any commentary on that before we move on? All right. Moving on, we have the Sethios Project released a video. The channel is called the Sethios Project. The link is in the show notes. It is 1 minute and 46 seconds long. EDO Update 12 is unplayable, and you get banned for pointing that out. I would like to note in this video, he literally shows where he got his ban notice from the voluntary mod for Elite Dangerous. And the mod, it literally links his word for word, his post, which does not make any threats, does not make any personal attacks, does not curse. It literally just says, this really depresses me. I miss the days when people would actually release content that worked on the disc because they weren't dependent on having dot patches and post update fixes and whatever. This game is not playable right now, and it really is upsetting me. And they banned him and stated that this was what do you call it? This was for what is it? This was for him being disrespectful. Oh, I actually didn't. I don't know how, but I somehow...
We got it.
Yeah, I see it. But I'm just going to fix that. Oh, because it was below. It's right there. I just am an idiot in the show notes. Okay. And then... Oh, has anybody else seen this video? And does anybody else have any comment with regard to him literally being banned for pointing out, hey, this is broke? Like, yes, okay, I get the idea of, I would maybe respond, hey, dude, I wouldn't ban him. I would say like, hey, dude, chill out. It's day one. The thing got patched. The thing dropped yesterday. Yes, we see there's problems. We know there's problems. We're going to fix it with a patch. Just chill. But instead, they literally banned him for being disrespectful. Does anybody else have any feelings with regard to that?
For the course.
I was going to say, just another day in the Frontier Forums.
Yep.
Yeah, that's I'd like to say that. Wow, that's an aberration. That's far from normal. There are several volunteer mods, and granted, they're all volunteers. There are several of them that are good. There is a number of them that give the whole thing just an absolute dumpster fire to anybody looking at it from the outside.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. So, also, Hotfix 1 dropped Thursday, yesterday, June 9th. There's a link to the Twitch about the hotfix. I will say this. So, listening to Loose Screws last night, there during the episode, live during the episode, while it happened, Commander Dubs 4 times called out, "Oh, I've just been kicked out of the game. My game just crashed the desktop." 4 times during their hour-long show. We've been hearing all sorts of reports of this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Even the Burrs have been openly critical about the rollout of this update. People have been having problems and bugs such as you wing up with someone, you go to warp to them, all of a sudden when you drop out of warp, you are, number 1, not in a wing with them anymore. Number 2, 200 light years away in a random system that the game will tell you they are in, despite them telling you they are not there. They are where you just were in the system with them. People are having unable to log in. People can't land on planets. People can't type in any of the text boxes, including like GalMap, your mapping program. People are having massive problems of all various kinds. Basically, Elite Dangerous community is reporting a massive shit show of various bugs resulting from patch 12. Even, like I said, the Burrs are openly critical. However, I would caution to give it 2 weeks from the deployment date and see how it all shakes out after ED has a couple more dot patches. If by 2 weeks after the original launch, which was last Wednesday, so if on Wednesday, June 22nd, it's still a mess, that's what I'd call a serious problem. The fact of the matter is that Star Citizen is dog shit on patch day and patch week. No Man's Sky is dog shit on patch day and patch week. Elite Dangerous is most definitely dog shit on patch day and patch week. All of this can be expected to be a mess on a major patch deployment for up to a week and maybe even 2 weeks on the outside before you really get heated about it. While these hotfixes are deployed, have some patience, go play something else, chill out. There is nothing new to any of this. And there's nothing to get exceptionally upset over. You know me, I will criticize Elite if they fuck up hardcore. And they fucked up hardcore on this deployment. But give them 2 weeks. Let's just see. We'll see what it is after a little bit. If 2 weeks later it's still buggy, like I do the same thing. In all fairness, I do the exact same thing with Star Citizen. Star Citizen drops a patch and people are like, "This is dog shit. The game doesn't work anymore." And I'm like, "Dude, are you fucking new? Just give it a week. Let them play with it. 2 weeks on the outside. If by 2 weeks later it's still a mess, okay, get mad. But right now, I don't know. I just don't have it in me to get upset about it." Let's see. Wolf.
Yeah, so having looked over the forums and whatnot, there has been some in situ hotfixes that fixed a great number of things, like being able to type into the gal map and things of that nature. So, just like you were saying, look, it just came out. Give them a minute. It takes time. Now, you can have the argument of it shouldn't have been there in the first place, but hey, give them a chance to fix it. If they fix it, great. If they don't fix it, grab the pitchforks and torches and have your merry old way.
So one funny side effect of patch 12 is that commanders across the galaxy seem to have lost their eyebrows and facial hair from update 12 deployment. I think it has been fixed for some, maybe not for all. Those pesky Thargoids are clearly trying to make us all have alopecia. Anybody got any feelings on Elite Dangerous on any of this before we move on to No Man's Sky?
Actually, I did play it with Tweaked a bit on my own for the Odyssey part. I haven't had a single problem.
Wow.
I play like I'm not the Elite's biggest fan by far at all, right? And I was playing the ground CZs. I did 3 after the 12 and 3 after the hot fix, and everything worked perfectly. I had no issues whatsoever. They finished. I got paid. All the graphics the frame rates were great. It was it's like I'm in a different universe or something. But for me personally, I haven't had a single bug happen since patch 12 dropped. So your mileage may vary.
Want to call out to Fast Cart in the chat, but Kai, it's been more than 2 weeks and the Ion is still nerfed. You're right. You can get mad at it, but not in this section. You have to wait till we get to Star Citizen. Anybody else got feels on Elite before we move on to Nomansky?
So I'll throw in my 2 cents.
Go for
First, we always knew, and I started playing Elite when as soon as Horizons dropped. Don't play on patch day. We've said that before. We'll keep saying it again. It doesn't matter which game it is. Don't play on patch day because you know it's going to be a cluster. Second, I haven't played Elite in almost a year now.
You're not missing
I kind of
much.
miss it, but at the same time, I'm still salty about it. Just it's little bits, but Elite had so much potential, and I still keep up on what's going on. I still I still check out Astro. He's one of my faves. And the Burr Pit, and it's just telling that when Commander Burr gets frustrated with Elite, something's happening over there, because he is a proponent for Elite since the beginning, and I would watch his Fridays, his Friday news every single Friday, and still do. And just hearing his frustration, it does say something about what's going on in the management with Elite, both on the community level and on the administrative levels. It's just a lot of work needs to be done there if they want this game to continue, and I really hope that it would, but I don't know. But finally, with the ship parts now get counted as part of the whole hit model. How long has we had ship parts? For I don't know how long.
Years.
I think that's great. But I mean, that's all I got to say. I haven't touched Elite in a while. I'm kind of maybe wanting to jump in there for a minute, but it's I don't know.
Right
the
on.
other games are tickling me the right way now.
I got you. All right, so let's hop into No Man's Sky news. Here we go. We're going to open up with a video from Beeblebomb on his Polar Express 2.0 base build. Check this out. Wow. Holy shit, that's crazy. Look, I posted a link in the show notes in the live chat for you to go and check that out. You can visit this awesome base yourself by going to the Anomaly and searching featured bases, Polar Express. Go check it out. It's Beeblebum's base. He made it himself. That dude literally made a bridge in the sky with a train on it, recreating a scene from Polar Express. I don't even know how you could begin to do that. Go and check it out. Support his channel, sub, whatever. And also, I sent Shadow Wyvern, one of our No Man's Sky, researchers, to go himself and make a little trip there and make a little slideshow. So check this out.
Greetings, we're at Polar Express 2.0 by Beebleboom. So let's see some BSL community pics. Telemon, Roll VT. Bugger me, it's cold. Where's the iron batteries when you need them?
I love that. That's great shit. Thank you, Shadow Wyvern. I know it's just a little clip, but it was super cute. He went down there and, you know, visited the base. I think this is a super neat thing. Number one, that you have such ability to create amazing and intricate and innovative and imaginative bases in this game. Number two, that the game fully supports the ability for you to share your base with others for them to see it. And number three, their community team actually even highlights some of the best bases and puts it in game where you can just go to the Anomaly and travel and visit this base or that base. And with coordinates, you can go to basically anybody's base, even whether it's not a featured base. I just thought that was super, super amazing. I was thrilled by that. I love this game. I love the what you can do with this game. Anybody want to hop in on this one?
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay. The builders in this game never cease to amaze me, man. I'm still working on trying to figure out glitch building, but these are pros. These guys have just mastered how to work with the materials in No Man's Sky to create some of the most stunning things I've ever seen. That was amazing to see that kind of craftsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was just sitting there looking at the trusses and just going, wow, that's pretty cool. It's just, I love this game, and even though I don't play it all the time because other games, I always come back to this game just because it's always here. It's always good. It's always fun.
Mm-hmm.
And, once I jump into it, I'll be there for like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then I'll start playing another game. And then I'll get tired and I'll come right back to No Man's Sky. It's just because it's a badass game and I love it. And it just keeps getting better and better. And being able to tour other people's bases and their constructions and things like that, I just love seeing what other people are doing out there. And it just gives me inspiration to work on my own stuff,
Hell yeah.
That's just awesome.
Hell yeah. Anybody else?
I'm just amazed at I don't know how much time that took, but that is one of the most objectively beautiful things I have ever seen in No Man's Sky. I just was watching it just with my head cocked to the side, the whole eyes wide open the whole time. It's like, how the hell? And just, I wish I was half that creative.
For sure. I feel the same way. All right. No Man's Sky drop news. Coming later this year to Mac OS for Mac computers and iOS for the iPad. There is a link. Holy shit. Okay. I don't even I don't even know, man. I don't even know. There's no words. I have no words. All right. In addition to this, here we go. As we know, as we previously discussed, No Man's Sky is coming to the Switch this summer, being already out on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, full crossplay. Tune in next month when we announce that it's coming to calculators, the Abacus, and the hit new sensation of the 90s, the Tamagotchi. Oh, Apple gets its first game. Goddamn, Riamar. That's just vicious. That's just vicious, bro. You went right at their neck. Expedition progress. S ranks upgrades are unlocked, so this is the best time to easy mode this expedition. The next upgrade unlock is X rank, which could be better, but it could also be worse. The expedition ends on July 5th, so you have 4 more weeks to get out there and get your expedition done. There are content creators that are currently doing speed run training because they're about to have a big sort of race that's going to happen later in the month. They're prepping for this. At this point, Jason Plays has got, and first off, Jason Plays, big congrats to breaking, what is it, 1,000 subs? Was it? He broke. 1 second. It's right here. 100,000 subs. Jesus Christ. Yes. Big congrats to Jason Plays for breaking 100,000 subs. Huge salute to you. Jason Plays has got his time. Oh, wait. No, it's Survival Bob. Never mind. I'm smoking crack. Jason Plays has got his time to under an hour and a half. Beeblebum just, I think today, posted that he's got his time to an hour and 2 minutes. These guys are fucking nuts. Like completing the entire expedition. That is just nuts. So, yeah, that gives me lots and lots of hope that I too can get this done. Ooh, and anyone who's interested, Dunkel Aura just posted a link in the chat, and he's a mod, so it shows up, right? He did post? Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He posted a gorgeous purple sail solar ship that you can get, and it's got the coordinates right there. So go and check it out. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Wait, I think I have that one, Dunkel.
There you go. There you go. The new patch. Love those ships. The new patch on experiment. Jesus. The new patch on experimental as of Thursday, June 9th. Why does it say experimental? On the expedition as of Thursday, June 9th, 22. Expected to go live at any point in the next few days, if not already. Patch notes indicate that it has a fix for creature-related crash that could occur when quitting to the main menu. Fixed an issue which incorrectly caused players to take damage while on planets, prevent pets from taking damage from a player, and fixed a GPU crash on the PlayStation 4. So that is good stuff. Let me fix this real quick. There we go. I was reading that going like, am I having a stroke? Those words don't fit in a sentence. All right. We've got another link for you from Nomansky. Here's a great 12-minute video that I highly recommend you check out. It has 5 secret No Man's Sky features revealed, trade routes, frigates, freighters, day-night cycles. 12 minutes long. Go and check it out. It is good stuff. And that takes us to Star Citizen. We're going to start with an amazing... Oh, wait. I'm sorry. God damn it. I'm such a dick. Does anybody have anything they want to add on No Man's Sky on any of this stuff before we move on to Star Citizen? Nope. Okay, apparently I'm not a dick. I'm prescient. I have the gift of ESPN. I have the full package, in fact. I have the Ocho. I get to see Dodgeball. All right. Let's start off with a very cool video from Star Citizen that you need to check out. Link is in the show notes. This is by Liquid Wayno. It's called Welcome to Star Citizen. You gotta fucking check this out. And go visit this guy's channel. You're gonna get the link right here. Go visit his channel, subscribe. It's worth it. He's got good shit. Check this out. absolutely fucking gorgeous. I minimized that one. It was small and it was a little off center because I wanted to keep the right side. I didn't want a lot of the stuff to get blocked by the little chat window or whatever. So I made an executive call on that one. I hope that you guys approved because I didn't want to block. There was some great stuff on the right side that would have gotten cut out there by the chat window or whatever. All right. So let's start off the oh my God. Jesus. Let's start off the Star Citizen section by interviewing KALRATI and Dark Knight. Why don't we start with Dark Knight 75? I'm going to post right here in the chat all of your preferred links for the Soul Citizens YouTube page and Twitch, your personal Twitter, the Soul Citizens Discord, and the People's Radio Twitch channel. Let's see where I know you DJ. Here is the links for the peoples. Please to enjoy. Dark Knight, tell us a little bit about yourself, how you came to space gaming in particular, and Star Citizen in specific, and just tell us about yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So, space gaming in general started way long ago with Elite. The original Elite, because a friend of mine had it in his Commodore, and I played it, and I loved it. And didn't play a whole lot of other games, space-related games, yes, like Halo, and played Star, I can't remember the name. It was
Mass Effect?
Not role plays. Yeah, Mass Effect. Played a lot of Mass Effect. But it was in around 2014, 15, maybe 2016, that I was looking for getting back into space gaming. And that was a hotbed of space time because you had No Man's Sky had just come out, Elite Dangerous just dropped Horizons, and Star Citizen was gaining traction. And so I ended up going with No Man's Sky first, and got heavily into that one, and then moved over and started playing Elite at the same time. So I was playing both of those games, and I looked at Star Citizen at first, and it was like, oh, it's not even done yet. So I was like, well, I'm not going over that way. But when Odyssey came, or no, it wasn't when Odyssey came out. It was way before Odyssey. Dig That had posted a video on his channel called Star Citizen for Elite Dangerous Commanders. And it was the first Star Citizen video he ever posted. And when he posted that, I'm like, oh, hell no. Don't do this. But then I watched the video, and I immediately went and got my account. And that was Free Fly Invictus of 2019. I think it's when I jumped in on that one. And I've been in it ever since. And it has been my go-to for space gaming. And I got really involved with it. And this is the first time I really did a lot of multiplayer, even though I did Distant Worlds too, and a few other expeditions, but it wasn't the same as doing multiplayer in Star Citizen. And I started getting more heavy into it and started seeking out groups. And then I came across Soul Citizens. And I'm like, oh, there's black people?
Right on.
And so I was like, oh, that's it. I found a crew. And so I jumped in on them. I think they had only been going for about 5 or 6 months, maybe. And I immediately just jumped in with, in their chat and hanging out with them from time to time. And now I'm one of the panelists and co-host on that show. On our podcast that airs on Sundays at 7 p.m. Central Time. We also have a couple shows throughout the week. Our Thursday show is Soul Talk, and that is where we just hang out with the rest of our community and just talk about many different things, whether it was, the recent Inside Star Citizen or things going on in the community, watching machinima like we just watched here, and just all about, having fun. And then we also have our show on Saturdays, which I believe now is 2 p.m. Central, and that is Soul Voices, and that's where you can come in and chat with us one-on-one and talk about topics that may have popped up in Spectrum or on Reddit, and just kind of talk about them and discuss and get in our opinions and whatnot. But I've enjoyed the Star Citizen community. Like I said, this is like the first time I've gotten into like a real MMO type of situation where I'm actually in, let's say, open, and just hanging out with people, and it's been an absolute blast. And I have fallen head over heels with this game, and I don't see it going anywhere in the foreseeable future from my library. It will always be there. It is quickly surpassing my first loves of Elite Dangerous and probably No Man's Sky as well. But I still play No Man's Sky heavily and still love that game. But yeah, as far as the this genre and what I was looking for in a space game, Star Citizen was exactly what I was looking for at the time that I jumped into it, Elite and No Man's Sky. I was looking for this kind of environment, and I found it, and I'm so happy that I have, and I get to meet so many cool people in this community from various content creators like yourselves, and just general people that I meet in the game, and just you never know what's going to happen and who you're going to meet and what kinds of things you can get into. And I'm looking forward to, I won't keep too long, I'm looking forward to what's coming in, and very soon, and seeing the progress being made. And I was happy to take the time to actually try it out, then sit and throw shade at it like happens in the ED community, unfortunately. And to actually sit down, play it, and get an understanding of it, and it completely now makes sense to me. And I encourage, if anybody out there is on the fence of just looking into it, find a free fly, and Alien Week is coming up. There's probably going to be a free fly for that. Get your feet wet, play around with it a little bit. Try it out and see if your computer can handle it. I understand it's very heavy and taxing.
Getting less so all the time, though, as they optimize.
But it's less so over time. I have seen so many huge performance increases since I started playing myself. You get a chance to get your feet wet, play around with it a little bit. You got a week to do so. You don't have to put any money into it. The misnomer is that you got to have a whole bunch of money to play the game. You don't. And if you're really interested in playing the game, you can jump in. It's $45. That's less the price of Odyssey. I mean, and you get a hell of a lot, out of it. So it's I'm obviously a proponent for the game. I talk about the game, with our community over at Soul Citizens, like I said, it's just become a part of my life, really. And wanting to live the life in space, I found it. This is my space. This is me in the future. So I'm happy to be able to just share it with everyone. And, if you want to come and discuss it with us too, like I said, you've got Black Sky Legion here, and you can come hang out with us over at Soul Citizens on our Discord as well. Everyone is welcome to just come and chat, hang out, play the game, whatnot. It's just we've got two great communities here. This is what it's all about.
Right
yeah.
on.
So
That's good.
I'll stop there. KALRATI could take over from here.
All right, KALRATI, I need you to send me your preferred links, all of your links like we were discussing, and I'll make sure that they get in the show notes and we put them in the live chat for everybody. But why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure thing, man. So, my name's KALRATI, in game for Star Citizen. I guess what really drew me to Star Citizen was from Microsoft Freelancer, right? A 10-year-old kid playing Microsoft Freelancer when it was released. I didn't really know all of the history behind, Freelancer's development, but and I didn't actually know that that was developed originally by Chris Roberts and his company, Digital Anvil. But when I played that game back in elementary school, it was always a vision of mine. Whenever I skimmed past those planets, that I would wish that one day I'll be able to land on them and explore them and those things, as opposed to going near them and instantly getting destroyed, right? So fast track to 2000, and when I saw the trailers to 2014, I was originally looking at the No Man's Sky trailer, and I was very very excited for it. And of course, I eventually started playing No Man's Sky, but right on this on the right hand side in the thumbnail suggests I saw Star Citizen's trailer, the original a launch trailer, or it was a cinematic trailer, and I was like, okay, this looks pretty interesting. And then I saw it was being developed by the the CryEngine, and then I saw that the head honcho was Chris Roberts. Even then, I still didn't know who he was, and then when I looked him up, I was like, wait, he was the one who actually spearheaded originally Freelancer. And then that's when I got really excited, because they were kind of hitting many of the spots that I wanted in a game, on a tech side, and also on the elements that they wanted to put into a game. So, since 2014, I got into the game. I've been, testing it throughout, and got into the Evocati to test even more stuff in 2017. And yeah, I've just been having a whole lot of fun. I mainly test. That's one thing. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of quote unquote fun with the game yet. I was making a joke. I always make the joke that it was only last year or so that I only stopped to look at the sunrise. I've never actually looked at the sunrise yet, because every time I go into the game, there's always an objective that I want to complete. So that was nice. I was doing that with my significant other and another best friend of mine, and it was nice. It was really nice to really see how far all this testing has come. And it really speaks to the vision that the company has, with in conjunction with the community's contributions and our dedication and those things. And I'm very very excited to see where the direction of the game takes everybody, in the short term and subsequently in the long term as well. So yeah, that's about it from me so far. Let me send you the link.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to post those links in just a moment here. In the meantime, let's hop into the Star Citizen News of the Week. Right away, I've got a link for y'all. Here we go. Copy. Star Citizen has released their pictures of the new subscriber flare. It's, it's cool stuff. It's not for me, but I'm sure it's for lots of people, and that's the thing. That's not everybody has to like all of the same things, of course. Does anybody have any feels, any thoughts on all this subscriber flare stuff that they want to hop in on before we move on to the roadmap roundup?
I'll throw in. I'm a subscriber, and it's going to make me concierge by the end of the year.
Wow. Wow. Hey,
I've been subscribing since I started playing the game. So,
right on.
Subscriber flare, it's all good. I'm not there for the subscriber flare, though. I'm there to support the project and to help KALRATI with testing. There you go.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see here. Anybody else on the subscriber flare?
It shows what they can do with clothing.
Right.
That they're not. It's not all just spacesuits and pew pew guns, and it's the universe simulator. That's the whole theme of it. So they have clothes that look cool, and this will only get even more sophisticated over time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Right on. Right on. Next up, we have the roadmap roundup. Here is a link to it. This was an interesting roadmap roundup. They confirmed for 317.2 the additional Stanton Lagrange points, derelict reclaimer settlement, point of interest, derelict reclaimer space missions. So I knew that we were going to be getting derelict reclaimers on the ground. I didn't know we were getting EVA derelict reclaimer missions, so that's awesome. They have the AI planetary navigation, so that will allow for you to have AI enemies, police, local citizenry in the long run, all of those just running around on planet surfaces. I think they're implementing this at first at the derelict sites, but then eventually they will be sort of just spread all around through the verse. They have the illegal delivery missions. This is illegal missions is the hot thing this summer. Elite has its protect the illegal MacGuffin mission, and Star Citizen has its deliver the illegal boxes missions. And the Siege of Orison, which we talked about last week, is amazing. New to the progress tracker items are salvage vehicle munching, the new player experience, which is huge, the Anvil Retaliator base, and the Anvil Crucible. Note, CIG said they weren't going to work on the Retaliator base until they were ready to tackle modularity because it requires it. Well, now they're tackling it, so what does that tell you? I am very, very happy with this roadmap roundup. I'm happy that you're not having lots and lots of things fall off. You're having lots of confirmations. You literally had only one thing fall off and 3 new things added, one of which is huge. I believe we saw a massive influx of new players this year, at a higher rate than ever before, and we've seen much more new players, during this recent Invictus event. I am thinking that Star Citizen is now at a point where there's enough people coming in and there's enough call for it that it kind of does make sense to put in a new player experience, to have some form of a tutorial or some form of something at the start that helps you out. And yes, the game is far from finished, so you're going to require many sort of corrections and additions and subtractions and edits as it goes on. But with the number of people coming in and the fact that new people having a better new player experience leads to a higher stick rate, which leads to higher amounts of people buying more stuff, it really does just make sense for them to kind of put a little more time and effort at this point into that new player experience. So this was a great, for me, new roadmap roundup. I'd like to go around the horn and see what everybody else thinks. I did just put in the show notes, and it will be obviously live. I put in the live notes, and it will be in the show notes for the show, all of KALRATI's links. So definitely go check him out. Go watch, follow his streams, the whole 9 yards. It's good stuff. Why don't we start with Chad? Your thoughts on this roadmap roundup, and then everybody just put a dot in if you want to hop in on that part of the conversation.
It's terrific. I was really surprised that they added a new thing. It's like space derelicts. What? No one had any idea. It wasn't even leaked from the usual places at all. So they're definitely getting better at keeping secrets. So that was a new piece of content. The room depressurization was something that wouldn't have been in game for probably more than a year anyway. They just moved it so they could reschedule it. So it's not really like they're pulling out a feature that was promised like soon, because it wasn't. It's just on the progress tracker. But all the other stuff is cool. The Crucible, the modular Retaliator, which of course will lead to other modular ships in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, it's like it's like okay, we know 318 will take 3 months in testing. Here's a giant amount of content to keep you busy all summer long on a known good code base. Knock yourselves out.
I dig it. DK.
Yeah, so there's a lot to be said with what is happening in Star Citizen this year. And I know there's certain people out there that have mentioned that it's not the year for Star Citizen, and they're still beating that. But it's this is a big year for change in the way that things are done at either at CIG or just with the development of the game itself. They're taking more of an approach of, instead of this is what we hope is going to happen, no, this is what will happen. And that's a big change from from the early days. They are taking their time with some things, and being a little more upfront about it. And as we're moving towards Pyro, and the road to Pyro, we don't know if it's going to happen this year or next year. My guess is probably at the beginning of next year, but I'm not holding my breath, as you should never hold your breath for any game. But progress is being made. People are noticing. We've got a lot of massive content creators out there who are looking at this game and giving it exposure, and that's creating a huge influx of people into exploring this game and seeing what is to come. This roadmap roundup added a lot of new gameplay for people to actually participate in, and a lot of people are screaming, "Where's my gameplay? Where's my gameplay?" Well, they're starting to throw stuff in there. The new player experience is going to be a massive, massive thing for them, because we've got, after an Alien Week, the next big one is going to be CitizenCon, and the IAE. And I expect by then it's going to be really needed to have those new player experiences be polished, so that the people coming into the game have a better understanding of what to do and how to go about achieving your goal. I think this is an incredible year for Star Citizen right now, and there is so much to offer in its current state that will tide people over as the game is continuously being developed and built. I think right now is a good time to start exploring Star Citizen, especially if you've never gotten into it. Like I said before, this is a good time to do it. And there's a lot of people out there that are more than willing to guide you or help you along. But I'm really looking forward to seeing that new player experience make it easier for people to actually get into it and play around and enjoy what we've been enjoying for years and continuously begin to enjoy. And I think us older folks, or at least I'm not the older folks, but those that have been around for a very long time, are able to see what changes are now happening, that we're seeing progress actually happen in real time. And you could be excited about it now. You could really be excited about what's going on. So I think this is a good time for Star Citizen. I think it's a good time for people to get into it. Pretty much I've got nothing to say except, keep going, CIG. Keep going. Keep moving forward. This is great. I'm excited to see everything coming along, and just I'm here for you.
Absolutely.
I'll still throw money at you.
Absolutely. Wolf, KALRATI, you want to hop in on this before we move on to this week's ISC?
So, I've recently started really dipping my toe into things of the Star Citizen realm. I will be so glad to do that new player experience, because there's a lot of walking around being a space tourist is one thing, but what do I do? How do I do it? What can I do that I need to take in not just once, but a few times, so it actually like gets into my brain because I don't play any video games sober. All the things that I've been seeing, all the things that are on the map, you know, the game's really shaping up. It's if it's not this year, next year is definitely the year for Star Citizen. Because holy shit, are they trucking along?
Can I let you in on a little secret? Every year is the year of Star Citizen. This year is absolutely the year of Star Citizen. The game has come along so much more than it ever has before. And next year, it will go along much further than it was this year. And the following year, it will go along. That's like a kid saying, I'm taller now than I've ever been. Yeah, and you're going to be taller the next year and the next year and the next year. That's just how that works. I don't get all of the people getting massively wound up over, this isn't the year and this isn't. It just seems to me like, okay, man, do you need a hug? Does your daddy not love you enough? What's going on? KALRATI, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so it was really nice to see these elements in the roadmap roundup, particularly the freight elevators. It was nice to see that there's some more mention about the physicalized cargo and the cargo system refactor, because they were talking about the cargo system refactor with regards to the UI in some recent month reports, but that's as much as we really heard of. So seeing them really implement the back end onto the front end, now we're going to see some stuff in the game eventually. That's really exciting. For the new player experience, another set of reasons I think why they're also mentioning this is because as you're converting more things to building blocks, the turnaround time for fixing or updating certain queues and those things, or however they may approach this new player experience in the game, I think it's going to be a lot easier as opposed to how it was before. So if they want to implement some kind of mission or something as soon as someone goes into the game for the first time, then they can do that. And even if a new patch comes along and it changes something, then they can go ahead and re-update that, arguably a lot faster, perhaps. And of course, we have the updated live player experiences team now that I'm sure will also contribute to that turnaround time for that new player experience a lot easier too. So it was really nice to see that come on board. So I'm very much excited for that when it comes into the game.
Right on. All right, let's hop into this week's Inside Star Citizen. We'll play it for you to enjoy, and then let's talk about it.
The Ninetales are professional criminal operators with a high skill level, but what makes them different is kind of how they don't care about hiding their activities. They're a little bit flashier than you would expect. They're running gambling rings and stealing and doing protection rackets. The big mystery right now is everyone's trying to figure out what their motivations and goals are.
When the Ninetales go out and they do certain missions, it's very clear that they know exactly what they're doing, that they've trained, that they've actually done drills for the exact situation that they're going into.
When the Ninetales debuted in Terra, it was a very big, splashy kind of attack on a prison transport where they captured a syndicate boss,
killed a bunch of Terra police to do it,
only to execute him 2 days later with a shot in the head, and everyone was very confused.
They're audacious, they're bold, they're violent, and they're good at what they do.
Over the past few years, the Ninetales has started to terrorize the Stanton system around Crusader,
using Grimhex as their sort of current base of operations.
If you've gone to Grimhex, you've seen their tags.
They want you to know who they are, so you know who you're messing with. They kind of advertise because it's a warning of like, hey, don't mess with me, because you'll bring down the wrath of the gang.
A lot of people who are playing the game, they're in with the Ninetales is through Rudo, who's a criminal fixer operating in Grimhex.
He has his own agenda too, but he does hire out for the Ninetales.
So when the Ninetales don't want to risk their own members or need a little extra help on a job, they contact Rudo, and Rudo puts them in touch with people in the know, and that way they don't have to work with them directly. They don't have to expose their organization. Rudo arranges everything, and he has his own level of protection, talking through the holograms and all kind of that keeps a buffer between his clients and the operators he hires.
Outside of potentially picking up missions for the Ninetales from Rudo, you might have run into them if you helped clear out a blockade at a space station, a lockdown event, dynamic event that happened a few months ago, where the Ninetales gang basically moved in a giant kind of like dampener, a quantum dampener, to an area around a space station, which meant quantum traveling in and out of that area was restricted.
Since the Ninetales did their lockdown of the cross-state system of these rest stops, they may seem like they've been a little bit quiet.
Which has kind of made some happy around Crusader, because the gang has been a constant thorn in the side of the company for years. There was a really big fear that during the Fleet Week event at Orison, that the Ninetales might do something that could jeopardize the event in general. But their silence isn't treated as a good thing by everyone within the company. There's some deep fears that them kind of going quiet and kind of stepping back out activity for the past few weeks could be a symbol of something bigger to come. I would say that the officials at Orson are a bit on edge about what the Ninetales are up to right now.
The Ninetales are becoming perennial adversaries to the good, hardworking people of Stanton, and as many recent testers of PTU may already be aware, are currently building up their forces for a potential new assault in the coming weeks when Alpha 317-2 comes online, which we'll all be learning more about throughout the rest of this month. But what about those in lives outside of the dangers and controversies of combat? For space truckers and the like, the commodity kiosk is where small fortunes can be made, and it's one of the last remaining systems still unconverted to building blocks. Until now. Now let's take a look at a still very nascent work converting this system and ensuring a few quality of life fixes players have asked for get integrated along the way.
As part of the upcoming cargo refactor, this was the perfect time to go back and update the old commodity kiosk UI. The core philosophy for the rework is tell the player what's going on above all else, so that they can make their informed decisions and plan for the future. The commodity kiosk is the method that players use when they are trying to load cargo onto their ship so that they can trade between locations, etc. It is a kiosk that is often situated in either a trade and development district or in the admin office of a space station or outpost or something like that. We like that the current commodity kiosk is stable. Other than that, honestly, the layout of it does a lot to actually harm our gameplay. It does not show commodities on it when they are out of stock, or when they are full stock, or when the player doesn't have it in their ship. Essentially, a lot of times players will say, you have removed X from this shop, or X shop is not working, when in reality it's just that someone on another server has recently interacted with that shop, and as a result, it's looking like it basically has nothing in it. The biggest thing that we're going to be changing is that if an item is at full and you are trying to sell to the shop, it will still show as in the inventory. If an item is empty, as in someone has purchased all of it, we will just show it on there as being empty. You will be able to go to a shop and know exactly what it is going to normally buy and sell in order to plan your trade routes and such, even if currently the shop is not in a state where it can trade in that commodity. We're also going to be showing things that are in your ship, but the shop doesn't want, or can't want, or considers illegal, so that you can know that there's not a bug occurring, basically. So that you can see that, yes, I do in fact have quite a bit of iron in my hold, and it's not missing, something hasn't gone wrong, it's just that this shop doesn't trade in that particular commodity. We are also going to do a little bit of a visual tweak. We're going to create a few variations. There's going to be, if you're in Grimhex, kind of a hacked version that looks a little bit more cruddy. If you're in the trade and development district, or one of the more fancy areas to buy commodities, then we will have a bit more of a showroom floor, fancy Godiva chocolate looking thing. It's intended to kind of give a little bit more flavor, but also to emphasize to you that the feel of the commodities that you are trading in at that location. And this is just step one of our improvements in the trading gameplay loop. Stay tuned, traders and haulers. Help is coming.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned more about who and what the Ninetales are, how they operate, what their intentions might be for the stand system and the like, and that commodity kiosks are currently getting some much needed quality of life improvements for traders. And it's also a very good time to make your feedback known up on Spectrum. Now don't forget, this weekend is First Contact Day, as well as the newly anointed International Bar Citizen Weekend. Be sure you check out the robertspaceindustries.com website for details on the when and where of this weekend's events. And we'll be back here next week for this year's Alien Week festivities with a look at the current progress inside of the Banu Merchantman. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. This is the 8th floor of the Manchester Goods Yard building, 2nd floor of our new UK offices overall, and where most of the Squadron 42 team is currently expected to be. I can't wait to just bug Nate Dearsley every single day. See y'all next week.
Woo! All right, that's Inside Star Citizen 9 Live Spring 2022. I love how in the beginning he described the Ninetales. He said they're violent, they're competent, they're very good at what they do, and they're bold. They're fucking Marines! I knew there was a reason I love these guys. That describes me to a T. They just left out drunk. All right. Let's go around the horn and get everybody's thoughts. Let's start with the guests on this one. How about we start with KALRATI? What did you think of this ISC, brother?
It was really amazing. It was nice to see, particularly the cargo information that we got, because I'm sure a lot of those who've done and are doing cargo hauling, there's been some gaps information wise that we've always been wanting. So it's nice to see, first of all, it's being converted to building blocks. And it's nice to see that some extra information, are going to be on our screens. And hopefully, when we're going to a particular location, there will be location logs as well. That when we are going and are planning on destinations, we'll be able to see in advance, okay, this place that we've already visited tells this, or this is in demand, etc. So it's a nice. I would say I would consider it a really nice start, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what's to come. In terms of the Ninetales, it's really nice to see them kind of standardizing what the Ninetales is in terms of their lore, in terms of their outfits. It really speaks to that whole transition to Pyro, where they're actually standardizing and outfitting the gangs outside of the lore and really putting it into the game's perspective, so that we'll know, okay, these are the factions that are going to be operating here, outside of the whole lawful or the UEE quote unquote. Faction side. So it's nice to see that kind of standardization, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what's more to come with regards to that. That's it.
Excellent. Dark Knight.
Yeah. KALRATI, you mentioned lore. This is so cool that they actually spoke from a lore point of view about the Ninetales. I thought that was great. Like, the citizens of Orison are just wondering whether or not the Ninetales were going to come and disrupt the Invictus Fleet Week. And how it's now turning into something. Like, there's a story behind it, and I love the fact that there's a story behind it. I'm looking forward to jumping in it. I'm sure some people are, some of us have probably seen some of the things about it, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to leave it as is. And then regarding the UI for the cargo, looking forward to cargo refactor. But when they were showing that, my first thought was, oh, so they're putting EDDB into the game. Oh, that's pretty cool. And if anybody's played Elite Dangerous, you know what EDDB is, or Inara, where you got to go to find out what's being sold or what has sold or where it's going. That was your way of finding out what's happening in the commodity verse or the commodity industry in Elite. you have to go outside of the game. Star Citizen seems like what they want to do is to do that in game, and this is like one of the stepping stones to doing that. To monitor what you have in your ship and to know what's being sold or what has sold, and I can just see this growing more and more as Cargo Refactor starts to come online. Dunkel, you were talking about it. I can't wait for Cargo Refactor to come in because that's a new chapter in the way that how we operate as cargo haulers, or even in my field in in passenger transport. This is where it starts. This is where the beginning is, and this is just going to be really, really cool. This was a great episode. It really was. They seem to be more informative, more and more lately, of things that are going in and things that are. Oh my God, is that a Star Kitten Dragonfly? Oh hell yeah! Anyway, but sorry, distracted. But yeah, really cool, really cool. Great ISC this week.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Chad.
Yeah, so that was great. The Ninetales are fleshing out more as an entity in game, something to be encountered quite a bit, and it's this and Xenothreat and other stuff coming with Pyro. The number of factions is going to be mind-blowing as they expand the lore of the game and how it interacts with players. So it's really nice to see them really going into some of the depth of that and why the things are that they are. So it's not it's good. I mean, it's very good. So the commodities trading. So like you mentioned when talking about EDDB and Inara and all that, where you have to go outside the game. It was always CIG's intention when they've stated this in the past to make everything available at the player's fingertips in game, and they won't have to go out to the internet to find information. Part of that effort is the redesign and remap of the star map, which will include an absolute megaton of extra data that you can just pull up and access from your mobiGlas directly instead of, again, going out on the internet and going to a fan site and finding that information. So they want you to be completely in the game and completely immersed and not have to leave that to go find out a crucial piece of data that you need.
Hell yeah.
So hitting on a couple pieces in here with the discussion. One, lore. Man, I am a sucker for a good story, and I know I've got some catch up to do, but it's to be putting out lore in things like this, not just with in-game stuff or having to go on a website to read it. That's awesome. And the same thing with not having to rely on a third-party site to do some of the most basic things in the game. That's awesome. But I do hope they end up leaving the API open so that other people on their own can come up with things and whatnot, because never underestimate the community's ability to be creative and figure out a way to use data to make something new, different, easier, or whatnot. The interesting thing would be, I wonder if CIG would see some of the more successful efforts and whatnots, or just a better way of doing something, take some notes and do some changes on their end, because that breeds a lot of community engagement and overall quality of life improvements.
Hell yeah. 100%. I think if you look over it, they already have incorporated a few things, but I think this kind of comes back to the discussion we had before of NASA, of there's a certain extent to which you want to free up the community, or in the NASA discussion, the commercial providers, to provide better abilities than what you have at the moment that you have planned for. I don't know. I think it's weird, but my brain is tickling on that there's a common thread between those two ideas. You know what I mean, Wolf?
Yeah, I do. I can see where the correlations exist. I can see where it could be good. I can see where it could be bad. But let's hope for the good.
Mm-hmm.
What did that bring us to next, Kai?
Oh, that was blinking. I was muted. God damn it.
Drink.
All right, drink.
Everyone drink. So, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be all good. There's a lot of times where the community is going to take a swing and miss. So what? No harm, no foul. CIG gives an open API and the opportunity for community members to take part in a thing. Maybe it's great, in which case, use it and make your product better. Maybe it's not, in which case, just nod and say, hey, nice try. Keep going. Maybe, here's the thing. Elon Musk failed with his rockets over and over and over until he didn't. So, if I tomorrow create an app of some part with the API and it sucks, and then I create another one and it sucks, and then I create another one and it sucks, and then I create another one and it's awesome, CIG can feel free to ignore the first 4 that suck and just take the awesome one. And it's no harm to them. No harm, no foul, right? I don't know. All right. So, for me on this ISC, I love the part of the Ninetale stuff. That's good shit. I love the kiosk and the building blocks. I want to call out a comment that was made by Jay. A subtle detail was Jared saying, this is one of the last things to be converted to building blocks. That kind of stuff perks my ears even more than the new kiosk design itself. I think, absolutely, man. There's little subtle things that are being said in these ISCs that give some context, some details, some information, some insight behind the screen that can be of great value. Another one was the little throwaway comment towards the end of, next week we're going to talk about the brand new merchantman who's made a lot of blah, blah, blah. And, like, when you take that comment about next week's ISC is going to be heavily focused on the progress of the Banu Merchantman, and the fact that we are approaching Alien Week, and you put those two things together, man, that gives room for a lot of hype. I also want to call out the fact that Jared talked about the Bar Citizens events, the world tour that's happening, this weekend, the 11th and the 12th. And he called out specific places. We have heard from Xylo that they're going to be giving out like these gift cards to redeem to play Star Citizen. They're making a big push for this, extended universe Bar Citizen sort of thing. There's an in-lore holiday. There's external events. The company is going to be pushing it. I think. One second. Sorry, I had to cough. God damn. I think that COVID causing them to not be able to present a sitcom this year has left them really, really searching for ways to support the community in a meta sense, in a larger external sense. And I think that's amazing. Anybody else want to chime in at all on this ISE before we move on to some other issues?
I want to add in on the Bar Citizen thing. Unfortunately, in Chicago, we just missed it by barely a couple weeks of being part of that whole world tour. But if you have a chance to go to a Bar Citizen near you, and I know, Dunkel, you just said that you wouldn't be able to, but if you do ever get a chance to do it, do so. It's a great chance to meet others in your community
Well-
that have such a love for the game.
Let's take a minute.
And-
Let's take a minute, Dark Knight, and highlight the fact you just went to a Bar Citizen like last week. You guys had in Chicago. You guys had an amazing Bar Citizen at the Goose Island Foundry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you take a minute and tell us about some of the cool shit you guys did? Even like yours wasn't whatever. Yours wasn't like part of this whatever. You like you said you missed it by a week or two, but it doesn't. So what? Who gives a shit? You guys
exactly.
You guys had an amazing time. Why don't you tell us a minute or two about it?
Yeah, you know what? It was so fun. And this was my first Bar Citizen, like in-person Bar Citizen, so I enjoyed the fact that I was able to do this. Griff and I live in the same town. Griffin is our producer for Soul Citizens.
Love
and
Griff.
so
Griffin Gaming RPG, the best.
Griffin Gaming RPG, and I've hung out with Griffin a couple times. But to be able to come in and help be with this community and have the Star Citizen, Bar Citizen here in Chicago, we had so much fun. And it was not just me and Griff, but there was, a couple content creators came. We had Maiden Ariana there. We had Savage Geo there. Anybody knows Geo? He's pretty cool. He's just as loud in person as he is on his streams. But he's, that was such a shock because we didn't even know he was coming. But then he showed up. But then we had just others that were just found out about it and came and joined us. And even though we didn't have a huge crowd, we had such a good group that we just had fun just talking about stuff. We did some of the trivia that we had in the virtual Bar Citizens. We brought to the in-person Bar Citizen, and so we had some fun doing trivia and stuff. Ate some good food, drank some good beer. It was just a really, really fun time. And so I encourage, if you do get a chance to do so, to get into a Bar Citizen, go ahead and go, even if you have to travel a little bit. Now, I was going to say, don't jump on a plane if you can't afford to do it. But if there is one near you, and hopefully there will be one near you at some point in time, I encourage you to go. And I look forward to hearing what the Bar Citizens coming up here have with these with the CIG community and developers coming to visit you. I have so much respect, and just I hope you guys have such a great time, because it would have been cool to see Xylos show up at our Bar Citizen. It would be cool.
Hell yeah.
But I understand that, and that's okay, because we had an awesome time, and we've got pictures on our Discord you guys can go check out if you wanted to at Soul Citizens. It's it was a really fun time. So if you do it, do it.
Hell yeah.
Have some fun. Yeah.
Fastcart FC just DM'd me in Discord a link to the Bar Citizen SC thing, the main thing. Fastcart, I literally try to link that yourself. I just like 10 seconds ago made you an official moderator for our Twitch site, so that you should be able to, I just want you personally to have the link, the ability to link anything in our, I trust you. You're not going to link anything that shouldn't be. So you have the ability to link into our Twitch chat at any point now. And with the Restream bot, it should post it anywhere. So, yeah. And Dunkel, you're one of our moderators now. If you see, and Elix, if you see that Fastcart is linking any links in the Twitch, let him. He's allowed. I trust him. He's not going to link anything he shouldn't. Yeah, I think that's beautiful, man. I love it. So yes, 100%. All right, let's get to, that brings us to, here's a link for two things. One, here's, let me put in here. Here's a link for the Portfolio Brentworth Care Center, the new hospital that's in. If you're interested at all, go click on that link, read the Spectrum notes on that new hospital. That's awesome. And SCL, Star Citizen Live today. Meet the community team. It was an hour long, and holy shit, this SCL was fire. I got to come back. I got to circle back. Somebody had posted, and you're absolutely right, that Jared had said that the Banu Merchantman ISC was the current edit was like 22 minutes long. I am so hyped for this. Let me tell you something. Don't tell anyone I told you this. You're going to see a Banu Merchantman on the floor for Alien Week. I know it's crazy. Shh, keep it a secret. Yeah, I'm super, super hyped for this. But today's SCL that was an hour long, there's some SCLs, let's be honest. There's some SCLs that are filler, that are like, okay, that's nice, whatever. This was not one of those. This SCL was fire. Let's go around the horn. I want to give the guest the opportunity first, and then Wolf and Chad, put a dot in chat if you're interested and you want to get in on this. Let's start with KALRATI. What'd you think of this SCL today? And if you didn't get a chance to hit it because it just dropped today, I get it, man.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, but the thing is, these I would sometimes say unsung SCLs that would sometimes get kind of overlooked.
Mhm.
It's always and it's always amazing to see the community team, because the thing is, you sometimes when you go to some events like Bar Citizen, those things, you would sometimes get to talk to these members of the community team,
Mhm.
and you would actually hear some insightful information that you would not you would not normally hear or get the opportunity to see in the official posts.
Mhm.
Getting to getting that face-to-face communication, it's always fruitful, it's always insightful, and just giving the community team the limelight, especially on this SCL, it's one of the reasons why I'm just reserving some time tomorrow to just get into it and see and hear what they have to say. I'm definitely excited to see what they actually have to deliver, especially with regards to the community. And it's always one of those things that where sometimes you would underestimate the kind of impact that they would have in keeping the community together and in keeping the community informed and connected to the project. It's a very, very worthwhile team, and
Mhm.
I would encourage anybody to definitely watch this SCL.
Right on. Absolutely. Real quick before we hop to DK, huge shout out and much love to Boss Lady in the chat. Hello, Boss Lady. We love you and miss you. You got to come join us another one of these weeks. We miss having you and Jez around on the show. So definitely come join us next week. DK, your thoughts on this?
Yeah. Oh, hi, Boss Lady. Okay. Anyway, you know what? KALRATI touched on this. When we have our virtual Bar Citizens, one of the coolest things is the community managers and developer and the official CIG community managers come and join us and just chat with us. It's not. They're just other people just coming to hang out
Mhm.
and have fun and chat about the game and talk about things. And sometimes they, I'm not saying leaks, but they discuss things that we may have had questions about,
Mhm.
or go over in more depth things that we may have known, but we didn't we didn't think about. There's
Mhm.
times that Jared would talk about things that happened, things in the past, stories about things in the past or why they did things, and it puts a new light on certain things that other people might have thrown at CIG, going, why did you do that? And Jared's
Mhm.
just like, well, this is why we did it. But he doesn't have the time to discuss that on an
Mhm.
ISC or an SCL. I've talked to Jake, I talked to Xylo, talked to and to Jared, but it's also cool to see more faces that are in the community team.
Mhm.
And the community team makes or breaks what happens with the the relationship with the gamers and the developers and the game company as a whole.
Hmm.
And if they have that kind of personality and wherewithal to be able to discuss things with the community in a very logical way and keeping things real, and still having fun with the community and participating in the community, like literally participating in the community. I never saw that in the Frontier side. I'm sorry, Frontier, it's you guys' fault. It would have been cool to see some of your developers come and hang out on a stream with somebody else. I don't think I saw that very much, or to participate in some of the community events and things like that are put on by the community, and just engaging. And what these 6 people that were in this stream do, and Jared is included in this, is they bridge that gap between what's happening in the studio and what's happening in the community, and they listen very well. And they do as much as they can to make sure that our voices are heard on the development side. And I think that makes a big difference in the progression of the game itself. A lot of people think, oh, they're not listening to us. No, they are. They are. Sometimes they just can't do things that you want, but they are listening. And they are taking in all of that information and feeding it over to the development team and going, hey, I sat down in a Bar Citizen the other day and they were talking about this. What do you guys think about it? And it was just those kinds of things do happen. And it's just goes to show that, their way of development is working, and that there's passion behind putting the game together in the community, and the way that they feed back to us. And a lot of people may not know, a large majority of these community managers of on this team, they play the game a lot.
They're came from the game. They're not just community managers who say they play the game. They were community members who got brought onto the community team.
Exactly. Jared was a content creator and played the game before he was ever hired on the CIG. This has happened all over the place. If anybody in the elite community knows the pilot, he is now on a CIG team. It's just like, this is what happens when people that have such a passion for a project, and they get so involved that CIG recognizes them and like, you want to join our team and help us out on some things? Sure. It's just like, these are the kind of things that, that just happen, and it's because of a love for the project. We all want this common goal, or have this common goal or vision of what we want a space game to be. They share that.
I don't want to call out anybody by name, but I can tell you that there's another project that I follow that has community managers that they say like, hey man, I played the game before I joined the team. And then it's like, by what, like a week when you applied for the job? Because like I'm seeing what you're doing, and no. Jake Acapello, for one, he was part of the Relay community content team. He was, he has been, like, multiple people from their community team. Not only do they claim to have played the game before they were hired by CIG, but people knew about them from the community. Jared was known. Disco Lando was known in the community. That's how he got the job. Jake Acapella, same way. Xylo, same way. Multiple people. And then you've got people like John Crew, who, I don't know him well enough to know, was he a player before he signed on or this, that, and the other. But I can tell you, he streams all the fucking time now as a player of the game. Like, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, I played the game before I came to the company. But like, it's a whole different thing when people can fucking see that you're competent at playing it and you know what you're talking about and you play it and you stream it and you whatever. Like, yeah. Jared got his job by literally being a prominent member of the community and a content creator and a player and doing all kinds of stuff, and then having the balls to walk up to Chris Roberts at a thing and be like, you know, hey man, love your stuff, this, that, and the other. And Chris was like, yeah, I love your stuff too. And then, you know, I don't know, whatever. I don't know how that conversation played out, but this was a matter of like, people know who these people were before they signed on. I have seen other projects where people are like, I've been playing the game for years. And then you see them fly a ship and you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Can you try it? Can you please land? What are you doing? Like, put your landing gear down. Like, no. Yes, these guys for realsies played the game. All right. Moving on. We've got 3 things I'm going to highlight real quick and then open this up for a round for the people to comment on. Promote your org. Here's a link. It's going in the show notes. You could promote your organization in, you know, on the Spectrum community forums. Invictus Launch Week 2952 screenshot contest. There's a link on here. We're going to get into more of like discussing the pictures next week, but we're tight on time, so we're skipping it for this week. And link to the Squadron 42 monthly report. Me personally, I don't put any stock in this monthly report at all because this is just them handling their obligation to tell you shit by telling you like information in the same way that lawyers send you boxes of discovery with the hopes that you'll never be able to pull any useful information out of it. And I'm not even mad at them for it. They're not telling you fuck all about Squadron 42. Get over it. They've already said, look, when we release this, we want to market it. We want to hype it. We don't want to... It would be like saying, hey man, there's a new Marvel movie coming out or a new Star Wars movie coming out, and I'm just going to go ahead and let you know in this note 6 months or 9 months before it comes out. Oh, by the way, at the end, fucking, you know, I don't know, Iron Man dies or fucking Yoda dies or this one dies. Like, then people would be like, oh, fuck you, I don't want to go see it now. So yes, they've said clearly they're not going to tell you the good shit about Squadron 42. They're trying to not tell you anything. But they've obligated themselves to send you a monthly newsletter. So they send you a monthly newsletter that has 10,000 words made up of mostly as much of nothing as they possibly can. Like, okay. It is what it is. Yes, Snape killed Yoda. Get over it. But like... It's just a situation with this Squadron 42 monthly report that they keep putting it out because they promised they would put it out. We'll link it to you in case anybody cares. But let me do you a favor and say, don't fucking click on that. Just let it go. They're not going to tell you anything in there. They're going to try to hide everything as much as possible with gibberish. Just let it slide by, and when Squadron 42 is ready, it will be there for you to enjoy. The link for all 3 of those is in the show notes. Let me ask the guests, do you have anything you want to sort of elaborate on those? If not, we'll just move on.
KALRATI, you got anything on that one?
The only thing that I have to say is I'm a sucker for single-player games. And while I do just skim through the monthly report just to see, okay, they're making progress on this, on like the AI and those things, I tend to try to avoid it. Because once again, I'm a sucker for single player games. So coming from Maxo Freelancer, I'm definitely looking forward to Squadron 42. So if you are, you know, the same with me, just don't read it, right? Because of course, most of it also is, you know, a replication of what they also talk about in the Star Citizen monthly report with regards to some other teams as well. So if you read the Star Citizen monthly report, then most likely you've already also read some things that would also be present in the Squadron 42 monthly report anyway. So yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And I'll throw in too that, you know, Squadron 42 is full throttle development right now. And the reason we're seeing a lot more quote unquote information, even though it's not information on Squadron 42, is they're just letting you know that they're moving and they are trying to get this thing done. And, you know, you'll see stuff bleeding over into the persistent universe. But that also means that they're working hard on what is happening with with Squadron 42. Planetary nav mesh, that's all about Squadron 42 right there. And it's leaking over into Star Citizen. So there's a lot of of work going on. We've seen tons of ISCs and SELs regarding AI navigation and AI tech and this and that. That's Squadron 42, folks. And so there's a lot of new things. There's a lot of stuff that is being worked on, and they're pushing for Squadron 42 right now. So I'm not saying get hyped or get excited or anything like that. Just know that they are really, really working hard on getting that game complete. And it's, we'll start to see more and more things start to bleed over into Star Citizen throughout the next coming year or two, or less, who knows. But they're working on it. And I like KALRATI. Don't need to read it. It's just there to know that they are really pushing hard for it.
Right on.
So, yeah.
Wolf.
Yeah, I'm not even bothering to read them. It's like they're going to put them out. It says they're working on it. Awesome. When it's done, and it'll be released. In the meantime, I've got a whole other game to play that they've been working on with stuff that we can, do and not speculate. So, yay.
Right on. All right, let's hop on to Solar Mute's Ninetales recruitment video. This shit is fucking fire. It's only like 2 minutes long. It's a little snack, but please to enjoy.
Intergalactic Aerospace Expo.
Greetings, assholes. I'm Solar Mute of the Ninetales Illicit Acquisitions, Recruitment at Gunpoint, and Human Resources Department. Are you tired of Big Brother, i.e. the UE Navy, keeping its boot on your throat? You, the tenacious businessman or businesswoman, just trying to earn an honest living in this great big semi-persistent universe, constantly being harassed by a fascist military state hell-bent on stealing every credit you just stole. Well, friend, what if I told you there's an organization that believes freedom still exists in this here verse? An organization that values individual liberty and the ability to take what's yours and what's not yours, and anything really. An organization that believes... Harry, what are you doing?
Hungry.
I'm in the middle of recording a Spectrum holo. Rude. An organization that believes in shooting first and lobbing a bunch of grenades in for good measure later. An organization that's going to celebrate your crime stat and conveniently holds many of our meetings in Klesher's Inmate Processing Hall. An organization that, if it were a ship, would obviously be the Cuddy Black. That's right, friends. You've already guessed it. I'm talking about the Ninetales. Famous outlaw gang that's been patrolling... Terry, what are you doing? I know we're pirates, man, but that's my leftover Whammy Burger, and I'm sitting right here watching you steal it. Put it back.
Hungry.
Put it back. Terry, I swear to Roberts, if you don't drop that burger, I will 30K your head right off your shoulders. Terry, oh, cute Terry, the old crank up the middle finger gag. How unique. You know, Terry, oh no. There's been a horrible accident. I accidentally shot a dipshit in his Benny's hole. Ninetales. We're recruiting.
See if you can keep up.
Fucking A. How good was that shit? Let's go around the horn. Let's start with the guest. Dark Knight, what'd you think?
Dude. I love the fact that he's got this great costume. That is so freaking cool. And this is what testament to the community of just going all out. You know, you would see something like this in a live person sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
If they were to do this at sitcom, I could easily see somebody setting up a booth and doing something just like this. I gotta watch it. Yeah, seriously, Fast Card. I gotta watch that one again. That was just beautiful. I love the commentary and then the off-screen dialogue and pulling out the gun and I'm gonna 30K you right now. That was a great line. Awesome. We got to share this everywhere. This is a great video.
Hell yeah. KALRATI, what'd you think?
I loved the lines. I loved the cosplay. I loved where he was going with it. It really speaks to how connected the community is with this game as being developed, with the lore and everything. It made me smile every step of the way. It was funny. It was engaging. It was so nice to listen and watch. And props to everybody who contributed to this video. It's just simply amazing, man. Awesome job.
Hell yeah. Wolf Dragon.
I'm still dying a little bit. So I clicked on to YouTube with the audio, but then I clicked over to Twitch and the audio had desynced, and it looked to me like the guy was having a Kai moment with the muted mic, and I just instinctively yelled drink, and then it kept going with all the antics throughout the rest of the video. Oh my god, that was hilarious. I want more of these.
Hell yeah. That guy, as we listed in the show notes and put it in the live chat for you to enjoy, that guy's name is Solar Mute. That's his YouTube channel. Ninetales recruitment video was the name of the video, and I gave you the exact link. Go to his channel, subscribe, check out his shit. It's just gold. That was fucking gold. Woo! All right. Let's wrap up the last video of the night, and then we've got a quick discussion topic. The last video of the night is the XGR Racer Stanton Cup Round 1 recap. Check this shit out. It's 7 minutes of pure fucking gold. Please do enjoy.
Finally, XGR has hosted their first round of their first ever Stanton Cup. It's been a long journey to get to this point. From building the community, to designing tracks, to prepping a team and rules, and all the finer details that make this cup possible. It's now just a few days after round 1, and phew, I am still winding down. We've seen 2 members of the audience walk away with the Misc Razor LX prize, and 3 lucky racers earning themselves a whole load of cup points on top of winning a Misc Razor, an Origin 350R, and an Origin M50. Now, in case you missed it, we have a video out on the channel explaining all of the finer details surrounding the structure of this cup, so let's dig right into a round 1 recap. Oh, as Canadian hit. Got again Canadian with the fastest launch. We see a bunch of explosions. Marble confirming Splen's camera then is on board, so this is really cool to see. Vil does take the lead. Oh, Splen hits the building, the corner, and he blows up.
Satyr does overtake. We've got a 3-man battle for the lead on the final lap of this heat. They are side by side, all 3 of them. Satyr with the inside line here. Oh, and Watermelon comes out in front. And Watermelon across the line in first. Congratulations.
No,
but he crashes.
Watermelon blows up.
Oh!
Watermelon blows up. So does Strauss, but he makes it through. I do not know who finished in first place. I don't know. It was a mess of ships going through, but it wasn't Watermelon. I can tell you that. The 10 heats were chaotic, with plenty of racers blowing up and swapping positions. In the end, it is Neojet whom takes the first win, securing the first 2 points in the cup, and 9 additional racers securing 1 cup point by winning a heat as well. Now then, it is time for racers to earn some real cup points. Every racer that qualified now battle it out across the 3 main events consisting of 10 laps each. The racer that does the best across all 3 events takes away the round 1 win. And they are off for the first main event of the Stanton Cup. Let's see the mayhem unfold. I've got Shaqnu in the lead, drifting a little bit wider though, and it's actually Speedweed that comes through the upper crisscross first.
Wow. Yeah,
oh, Speedweed blows up going through over crisscross. We lose Speedweed on lap number 4 then.
So trying to just get a tracking here. It looks like we've got Frankie says attack now in second. Vale
Data
in
Machine
third.
blows up.
In
He
fourth.
drifts wide and hits the antenna.
No.
He was trying to stay clear of another racer. It doesn't turn as tight as a Razor, and it doesn't fly as fast as a Razor. So it's got nothing. Oh, Phil hits the antenna at upper crisscross just above Waytech. What will this do for the lead? Neojet is in second, and Neojet overtakes Vil. We have a new leader in this main event. Oh, Strazik then in the lead with Vil very close behind, and Sharkbait where he belongs, up into the podium finishing places. A collision, Strazik and Vil around private parking, blowing up, and it's now Sharkbait in the lead. Sharkbait running into all those back markers on the back straight. A really good opportunity for him to clear some of them. Oh my god, he overtakes Data Machine and sends Data Machine into a tumble, an incredible tumble. And I dare say Sharkbait hit Data Machine there. Sharkbait retakes the lead, overtaking Shaqnu. And they both blow up. They hit the antennas and they're out. I wonder what happened as Strauss now takes the lead.
So we've got Strazik leading, Speedweed in second, Neojet and Steve CC fighting over third.
Speedweed is so close behind Strauss, he can taste first place. Let's see if he can pace himself though. Speed will be wanting to make the move, but he won't want to blow up. Let's see if he can actually keep it clean as they're both making their way back up the upper crisscross. Strauss keeping it slightly tighter and Speed drifting a little wider, but they both make it up. And Speedweed is still neck and neck to Strauss. I want to say that he's closing the gap. Let's see if he can keep it tight as they approach the back straight. What an amazing fight to watch. It's all about keeping your pace now, but Strauss can't let up. Speed hits something. I don't know what he hit, but he blew up. I can't see it. It almost looked like she combusted in midair. You'll have to tell us later. You remember off hard where Strauss finished in the previous races? No! Strauss blows up also on the pesky antennas. What an incredible hectic but successful first round of the Stanton Cup. With this first round wrapping up, we see a lot of fast racers failing to finish a race and paying the ultimate prize in terms of scoring. Here are the results. Neojet wins not only the first heat, but also the first main event of the day, after an early spin by Vale and a crash by Speedweed. Sharkbait then takes the second win, following an unfortunate explosion by Data Machine, Vil and Strazik. For the third main event of the day, Vil finally manages to secure a win, following an unfortunate explosion by Shark and Shaqnu, and ultimately as well Speedweed with what appeared to be a ghost collision. Oh, so much has happened, and here are the cup standings as we head for round 2. We haven't heard from him at all, but as a surprise, here is Diplomat that takes the lead with 3 very consistent finishes of 4th, 5th, and 5th again respectively. Racers better learn fast that finishing is, as I said, equally important. The only reason Diplomat is able to walk away with the win on round 1 is because the other fast racers blew up and failed to finish each race. We find Vale in second place with Data Machine closing up in third. Stay tuned then for round 2 that takes place at the Kovalek circuit orbiting Hurston on June the 25th. Hope to see you there on Twitch.
God damn. When I told fucking Jesus, when I told my man Black Maze he had to give Star Citizen a try because he was bummed out with the state of Elite, and he's like, yeah, I'll give it a try, but I don't know if it has a racing. And I was like, check this out, the Daymar Rally. And he was like, oh, I think we could do stuff with the racing in Star Citizen. I had no clue it was going to turn into this. Holy shit. These guys, man, they're getting after it, and they're having all of the luck and all of the success, as well they should. They've got Star Citizen CIG employees they literally have multiple devs that are like involved in their races and or following along and like saying, hey, we'll support you with stuff. They're throwing them ships to give out as prizes and stuff. They're having so much success and so much fun, as well they should. All of this is well earned. Black Maze, Osashis, the entire XGR team are putting in massive amounts of work and having a great time and providing a ton of content for the Star Citizen community to get into and spread and expand the race scene beyond sort of a once a year, Daymar rally and turn it into these circuit races and these like, hey, the whatever cup, and it's going to be 9 races broken out over 2 months or whatever. This shit is fucking amazing. Let's start with, let's see here. Yes, let's start with Wolf. Your thoughts?
It's like it's part pylon racing and part demolition derby. Those are just an absolute blast to watch. I'm kind of hoping that maybe at some point, I don't have a HOSAS, but I bet you I can figure out how to do it with a HOTAS setup. I kind of want to get in on one of these and just see if I can finish a race, because good God, the margins for error in a couple of those turns are non-existent.
Speedweed is a member of our community. He's constantly in the Star Citizen chat channel, and goddamn, he got robbed. He would have had first place in that heat, but he had a shadow collision. He literally he collided with something in the middle of the air where there was nothing around him. So I feel bad for him, but goddamn, good going, Speedweed. You represented us well. You kicked a lot of ass. You were constantly in the heats. You were constantly, challenging for the front of the pack. So good for you. KALRATI, what'd you think?
Oh man, racing has been something, it has been so prevalent in the game. I remember back in 2015, 2016 when Crux Cup came about. That came before Daymar Rally, and that's when they used to organize these events, and more so focus on the racing in Arena Commander. And to see what it's become now and the creativity that Black Maze has brought to it, it's just another example to how CIG takes the creativity, or can take the creativity that the community can put in, and just make the game or aspects of the game better. Because just in this month's monthly report, Maze monthly report, we see that they were making some improvements to the Arena Commander racing module that's to come in the future builds. Who knows what that is, right? So it's and of course I can definitely remember there was some racing missions as well in the game that hasn't really been present in recent times, but I know I'm very, very much looking forward to CIG taking elements of these, especially since they participate in these community-driven events too, and integrating it into the game also. So much props to Black Maze and everybody who organizes these events. It's always entertaining. It's always videos that I always share with those outside of Star Citizen as well, who are into racing, and yeah, it's just amazing.
Oh yeah, Dark Knight.
Yeah. So, you guys know Buckyball over in the Elite Dangerous community.
Absolutely.
What we're building here, it just seems to be coming to another level. And it's nothing against Buckyball, but they can bring that kind of effort into Star Citizen if they want to. And it would be a welcome addition to the racing series that we already have. Atmo Esports and XGR. Just the clubs that they've put together, the races they've put together. I mean, I had never seen anything like this on that kind of a level.
Hell yeah.
Where they're broadcasting on Twitch, and in live. And the thing is that we're able to do it with each other and have like an event like that we could never do in Elite Dangerous. You know, a lot of the races that we would do in there, it would be do the race and post a video up on YouTube. But here, you know, you've got, you know, 20 players flying around Area 18 or on ArcCorp and running a race and having commentary and everything else on top and scoreboards and all this other kind of stuff. It makes it a real sporting event. And I love racing, you know, so this is just, it was just way too cool to see something like that. And like KALRATI said, this is community driven. You know, this is emergent gameplay, people. You know, this is how things are. You know, Star Citizen or CIG is basically giving us a tool with the Persistent Universe to be able to create things like this. You know, we don't have to be reliant so much on them to do it all for us. They're giving us tools so that we can also do it ourselves. And having these courses that we can make. I think, was it Jay or someone had mentioned, or Dunkel had mentioned about being able to, you know, eventually put waypoints into the game that we can use as a race course. And CIG developing a race course for us. You know, it's just like, this is just how things are made to appeal to the community of all different types. And it's just another example of having, involving the community in to the development and overall scope, overall experience in this game. And it's just so cool to see this and more of it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you, XGR. Thank you, Atmo Esports, and all of the work that you guys do out there to bring this kind of quality content to us and just keep it coming. And the audience is growing, and it will continue to grow the more you guys keep doing this. And hey, Buckyball, come on over, please. It'd be cool to see you guys do your thing.
Hell yeah. So just to clarify, Black Maze and Osashis, they are part of the so Osashis has always been a dual member. He was part of the Elite Racers and the Buckyballers, but Black Maze was mostly an Elite Racer. He competed in some Buckyball events, but he was mostly an Elite Racer. And the way the Buckyballers did things was time trials, like one guy flying at a time, you record your time. The way that the Elite Racers have always done their thing is just like this, where it's, 10 guys at once doing a race at the same time. So yeah, they're definitely bringing it over, and it's fantastic to see. I want to give a huge shout out in the chat. We've got Pops in Space, Fist to Face, and of course my man Griffin Gaming RPG, Soul Citizens completely in the house now. We've had Fast Card in here with us, and of course KALRATI and Dark Knight, as guests on the show. All we're missing pretty much, I think, is Gomab, and we're good to go here. We got the full crowd, so I want to give a huge salute to you guys. It's always good to have you guys around. 100%. Woo! All right. Let's move on to our discussion topic, and we're going to have this sort of abbreviated because we've been going for 4 hours now. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right? What a show. So the idea is droids in Star Citizen. I mentioned this to our group, and I mentioned it specifically to both of our guests, and I said, hey, what do you guys think about this as a topic? Let me just sort of break it down for you here. The thought is that as we look at progressing through space more and more, we see the idea that we're going to have droids do the jobs that are too dangerous and or menial, whatever, that we don't want to do. The future of warfare is the same. They say that the F-35 will be the last plane, the last jet fighter plane generation that's sort of designed specifically to have pilots in them, that from this point forward it'll be all drones doing the fighting and whatnot. Oh, Gomab is here. We got Gomab in the house.
Here we go.
What up, brother? What up? I'm gonna call out, hey Gigi, you out there? No, she's anyways, literally, we're the future of space programs and space exploration and colonization and whatnot is going to be a lot of drones, a lot of robots, a lot of, either limited AI and or remote controlled sort of drones doing the work out there. And I kind of think, now I get Star Citizen has, let's be clear, Star Citizen has established lore at this time that basically there were some mishaps in the past with a generation ship that had been left to AI to control, and that was the last straw, and they were like, we don't trust AI, so we're not going to have AI. I kind of think that it's a little unrealistic. I can see saying we don't trust AI to be in charge of shit long term. We don't trust AI to be autonomous out there on its own. But I don't think we would have a future where humans wouldn't use AI, even if they were like, hey man, we don't trust you to go out there on your own, but we're going to keep an eye on you. We're going to monitor you, and we're going to just make sure that you're doing the dangerous / menial jobs that we don't want to do. And it occurred to me, what if, as a sort of thought experiment, what if CIG were to be able to, or what if they decided to open the ability to create a second account, only for people that already had a primary account, and your primary account would be a living creature, a living, a human, I think is the only option that they offer you now, but who knows in the future. But at right now, what if you were to say, what if CIG were to say, okay, Kai, you have Kai, who's a dude and, a citizen of the verse, and you have the option now to create a second account that is linked to Kai, that is a AI bot, a drone, some sort of a limited AI robot that is the property of Kai. And that drone would have several pluses and minuses. What are some advantages you would have of being an AI drone? Well, you could operate without needing food or water. You could operate, you would eventually need some form of, recharge or whatever, but you could operate much longer without need of food or water. You could operate in cold or hot temperatures without the need for an extra suit. You could operate a ship at far higher Gs without redding out. In fact, you would never red out. So you could basically accomplish, turns and climbs and speeds that would not be possible for a human pilot to survive. You could operate in radiation, high radiation levels. All of these things you could do. And if your bot, your limited AI drone, were to die, it wouldn't degrade your clone. It wouldn't be like, oh, you've lost some percentage of whatever. So GoMab, for example, and he's part of actually the impetus for me coming up with this idea. GoMab's always talking about how, like, man, my main guy is going to be back at the office just writing contracts and being safe. And my alts are going to be out there dying and whatever, and who gives a shit? They're expendable, shit happens. And I thought, man, the idea of a drone in that case also makes a lot of sense. Now, those are the pros of why, a drone account as a secondary account would have advantages. With anything, in any game, you can't have advantages without a disadvantage. If you have advantages without disadvantages, that's poor game design. So what would be the disadvantages? Well, you would have less rights and recourse under, the law, because you're not a person, you're a drone. So if somebody were to hack you or attack you or whatever, instead of getting a crime stat for murder, I suppose they would get a, ticket for property destruction, or who knows how that would play out. There might be less options available to you with regard to, certain play loops or certain areas or establishments. What was that they walked into the Mos Eisley Cantina or whatever, and the guy points to the droids and said, "We don't serve their kind here." You could have certain problems or issues with regard to, you know, maybe you know, like a human being can't be hacked per se, but maybe you could be. I don't know. There's a lot of, I think, pluses and minuses to it. Now, as a side note, I think the idea of having, because these are going to be players, these are going to be human beings that are playing as these entities. And if you're saying you as a human being are playing as an entity which belongs to, is the property of another, even if it's just the property of yourself, but you are treated as property instead of a human or a person per se, that could bring up some touchy subjects with regard to some issues of, you know, we've had some touchy subjects in the past and even existing in certain areas of the world today where people are treated as property and not as humans. You know, you have women in the Middle East, you have, you know, slavery is alive and well today in certain parts of the world, and it's a shameful, horrible practice that, you know, I'm not in any way trying to be insensitive to. So maybe there's a thought that it's like, yeah, this is not a good idea to do because this could be insensitive to whatever. But I feel like it's a situation where you should be respectful, you should be thoughtful, and you should be open to people saying, hey, man, this is insensitive or this is whatever. But it's still worth raising as a subject. And then if someone says, yeah, I don't think this is worth it because it touches too close to some raw nerves, well, then have sensitivity and back off the issue. But the overall point to me is the idea of having a future where you have no drones just doesn't make sense to me. I don't think a realistic portrayal of spacefaring civilizations would have that. But whether that's a thing that you implement in the game as, hey, I bought a drone and it's just a little, you know, bot that's an NPC that does, you know, my bidding, or whether it's the thought of maybe having a secondary account that you actually play has some value. So let's kick it around the horn. I just want to make this an open conversation, no dots, just everybody hop in and let's discuss this back and forth. Go for it.
Okay, I'll jump in to start. Oh, did you want to go, Chad?
Well, it sounds like a interesting idea. They're like in Galaxies, your alternate character was a Jedi, which was a very different character that operated under a very different set of rules. And this sounds similar to that, where it's a different kind of character that operates under a completely different set of rules to your main character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gave it some thought when Kai sent the message over to me, and I was like, all right, let me think about this one. And he asked, is this too touchy? I'm like, no, I don't actually think it is, because we're not talking about humans, we're talking about droids. And it got me thinking about the Star Wars droids. You know, obviously R2-D2 and C-3PO. And that they kind of have a thought of their own, but not necessarily, because they are still programmed. Would it be weird to play a programmed entity such as a droid in a game, and then your main character being the person or the one that owns that droid? So you would almost be performing tasks for that main character, but not able to gain anything from being autonomous. So say you wouldn't gain reputation. You wouldn't gain you wouldn't be able to gain any skill or anything else like that if they were to throw skills or something like that into the game. It would just be performing tasks. Think of it like mining and having a mining drone. That they're already talking about drones for exploration. Carrick has drone room. But operating as the drone, I think is what he was talking about. Being able to go out and do those things, but there's no perks. It's just doing a job. There were drones that were used in Eve, where you would have drones go out and actually do the mining for you.
They had those little drone battleships too that you could do them for ratting.
Right. You wouldn't get anything from them. They weren't going to gain you any skill points or gain you any reputation or anything like that. They're just doing a job.
Well, they would gain you ISK. They would gain you ISK.
They would gain you ISK. And that's about it. They would perform the job that you didn't want to do. But it wouldn't be at a level that a player would do it, or that you would do it as a physical being in the game. It's just a drone. It just does what it does. Playing that kind of character is interesting. And I see you, Ramar, you said no passive income. You're right. No passive income. That's where you were talking about, Kai, where that would have to be the thing. You wouldn't be able to just set it and forget it.
Oh, yeah.
Or get in and just play the drone and just make a ton of money because you're playing the drone. There would have to be quite a... And it's really hard to describe.
So to be clear, I'm definitely not talking about passive income. What I was talking about was if you're playing the drone and you're mining in a rock, it's not like you're suddenly getting 10x the Haydenite or Larianite or whatever. You're still just mining in a rock. The only difference is now if you get shot by pirates, you don't have clone degradation. Now, if you don't have to bring water bottles and candy bars with you. Now, you don't have to bring a Novikov suit or a Pembroke suit because the temperature's not going to bother a drone. So, like, I'm not talking about passive income, and I'm definitely not talking about, 5x, 10x, whatever income. You're still a player playing actively the account, doing the work, but you're just doing it from a slightly different vantage point.
Maybe like a grinding account?
Maybe.
Like the drone does nothing but grind.
Maybe. Or alternatively, it could be that you're not playing the drone. It could be that the drone is an NPC. So, there are some games where they have an NPC sidekick. So it's like, hey, look, I'm mining and my NPC sidekick is sitting there in the expanse that's just refining the ore. And he's just doing a very simple low-level task. He's not doing combat. He's not doing whatever. He's just... Like, I don't know, man. But it seems weird to me, the idea of a spacefaring civilization 1,000 years from now that doesn't have drones in any way doing anything. I don't know.
Dunkel, you touched on this a while ago. We were discussing we were looking at the ship launch fighters in Elite at the as it came up on the screen. And Dunkel, you mentioned a ship launch fighter with mining, with a mining head.
Yeah, that was the thing that Elite had in the files that was leaked forever ago, and they just never did it.
And that would be where it would be like I would fly the ship launch fighter, and I would go around and mine and search, and I would actually, do the mining, but the NPC is doing all of the collecting. And they have to go around and find the rocks that I've just shot off, and then they would do the collecting for me. I almost see it in that way the more I think about it.
So that would just be an extension. That would just be an extension of the mining limpets.
Almost exactly.
Okay.
Except I don't have to sit there and wait for the limpets to go grab the materials and throw them to my ship. I just search for the next rock, and then the NPC goes around and picks up and does the cleaning. which is an interesting concept because when you mentioned it, Dunkel, I thought that was just a really interesting concept that maybe that could be something along those lines. Now, you playing the drone is an interesting concept, and when you brought that up to me, I was kind of like, how would this work? You know, it's you bring up a really interesting thing though. It's just an interesting concept idea. I mean, it's Chris's game, so it's like he's gonna do what he wants, but it's an interesting idea. Coming into the ethical part of it, I don't know. We're talking about a droid,
but so I mean, are we though? Like, if you have an advanced enough AI, if you have a smart enough creature, at what point do they have sentience? Like, one could argue, because you made the point about the drones from Star. We made C-3PO and R2-D2. Like, they show over and over and over that they have sentience. They have private moments where they bicker with each other. They show fear for their existence. In what context do those creatures not have sentience? And at what point does a human being become a human being? At what point does not a human being. At what point does a sentient creature become, quote unquote, a person? I mean, if you go far enough back into our future, there were stupid people that saw other people who didn't look exactly like them and didn't treat them as a person. At some points, at some places in the world today, if you happen to have committed the sin of being born without a penis, you're not a person. You're the property of your husband. You're the property of your father. You're the whatever. You can't drive a car. You can't vote. You can't whatever. In the future, there was that whole trial in Star Trek The Next Generation where they were trying to get at it with Data, and like what Pulaski was like, you're not a person, whatever. Like, at what point does a sentient creature, or at what point does a programmed creature have the ability to be considered sentient? Like I said, R2-D2 and C-3PO, man, they feared for their life. They were constantly bickering. They had little chatty conversations about absolutely fucking nothing. I challenge you. How is that not sentient?
Yeah. And the funny thing is, too, is when you mention that, too, is that they had some sort of sentience, but at the same time, they just did what they needed to be told to do.
Yeah, they overrode.
R2, get into the ship and do this.
No, you're right.
No questions asked.
You're right.
Just do it. Same with C-3PO. Whether he was scared or not, or had some sense of fear when told to do something, the droid would just do it. And it was just you brought that up. It's an interesting thought.
KALRATI, what do you...
Nope,
go ahead.
Yeah. KALRATI, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and especially in terms of its whole connection with sentience and those things in the future. Because the more we advance, the more we may blur the lines between our perception of what makes a human, right? And it doesn't have to be, they may not have to look like us. They may not have to have that kind of organic texture, etc., like our skins and those things. And in terms of its whole presence in the Star Citizen universe, hypothetically, that I would say that kind of falls into the question of, okay, what if we get to play as other alien races? We're doing a mission, and just because we may not be human and part of the UEE, we may not have we may not gain reputation like DK had talked about. Is that fair? So of course, like you said also, Kai, there would definitely have to be drawbacks to make the game design balanced. So let's say we're playing as a droid, and as a result of us dying or something, we may not have any kind of degradation in our clone when we actually respawn at our beds. So As a result, um, does that mean that the mission rewards remain the same, or does that mean that because we die, the reputation not towards a droid but toward the player who's actually issuing out the droid in the other account, should there be some kind of connection between the two accounts? And as a result, reputation wise, if we die from that mission or if we fail the mission, should that actually affect the reputation even more on the player's account or the human avatar's account? Because we're the ones who issued it, and we're saying, okay, in a Star Citizen universe where originally the UEE or the whole essence of the game never really trusted droids because of those incidents those years ago. Um, if we actually, or if the avatar issues out destroyed and we fail that mission, does that mean that, okay, we're suffering a higher impact on our reputation because, hey, originally we didn't trust these droids, and here you're showing once again why we shouldn't do it. So as a result, take that higher impact in your reputation because you're the one who tried to convince us, hey, I'm going to send this droid out to do this mission for you, and came back and failed. So
Excellent
in
point.
terms of that, it's a very interesting idea. And who knows? I remember in Freelancer, coming down to the very, very end, that's only when we got to see robots in the game. That wasn't necessarily even part of the storyline. So maybe that's something that CR has had for a very long time. But going back to this isolated point here, it's a very, very interesting idea. And who knows? If hypothetically speaking they were to integrate it, I'm sure that they can actually put in some very interesting things, either in the multiplayer or even start off with with a single player, a spin-off or the continuation from Squadron 42. Who knows? But yeah, I think it's a very, very interesting idea.
Wolf, what do you think?
So, I don't think I like the idea of being able to play as a drone. There's a lot of things in the game where there's risk, there's planning, there's consequence. And I think being able to do things as the drone takes a lot of that away, and it would take away from stuff.
Okay.
I do think that much like we have limpets in Elite Dangerous for doing a task, like collecting the shit that I've broken from a rock to shove it into the cargo hold, having some sort of a robot that can take stuff out of the cargo hold and put it into the refiner, menial task kind of things.
Right.
An item that you pay for, that, there's a cost associated with it to easy mode, those menial tasks that you can continue to do other things so that it's a helper, not its own entity with any sort of experience or
agency.
Advancement, agency, that kind of thing. I think if you had drones in the game or droids in the game that you could control and do some, not all, but some player actions with, I think that would put a lot of things into a tailspin and would be a direction that doesn't make sense given everything that we've seen so far.
So you don't want a playable drone character, but you do want a robot minion that while you're out there in the rock lasering up the rocks, the stones, the Hadanite, it's going around and hovering them up and collecting them to take back to the ship.
Yes.
Okay. Chad, what do you think? I mean, I know you touched on the thing about the Jedis in Galaxies, but based on all of the other comments that everybody's made throughout this, what do you think on this? And what do you think? Obviously, this isn't meant to be a discussion of like, hey, Chris Roberts, hear this and put it in the game. This is just a little flight of fancy mental exercise, thought process, think tank type discussion of, 4 or 5 guys sitting around talking about what if. And the idea that it seems a little weird, I get that the established lore of Star Citizen is that there were some very bad experiences that happened when AI was running generation ships that were sent out, you know, on 1,000-year trips, and the AI, there was some kind of a problem, and the ship was lost, and the people were lost, and people then are like, we don't trust AI to run shit. But like, I'm talking about something very different. I'm talking about a limited, controllable, supervisable. You go out there and, you know, pick up those rocks off the ground while I'm supervising from back here. That's a very different thing. And there's nothing to say that would not jive with the lore.
They had something back to Galaxies. They had similar systems in Star Wars Galaxies. For instance, they had a droid that would go out to your harvesters and it would deliver power to them.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't. I don't believe it would pick up the ore in it, but it would keep them running,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could then go out and then pick that up for yourself. So it would do menial things.
Mm-hmm.
Droids were used for bounty hunters to look through, search for players, and you had to use droids as a part of the profession. There were droids that followed you around and did, you know, they were like a 0.1 player in terms of like combat. They weren't very effective. They were mostly for storage or for carrying stuff that you may need later, stuff like that. And so like a companion of some kind would make a lot of sense.
Oh, you gotta be careful, because Misfit's already in the chat talking about this is going to devolve into sex bots. I just know it. And now you're saying a companion.
No. Chris Roberts is making a family game. So
yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of places you can go with it, but I don't think we'll hear anything, if ever, about droids for at least a couple of years.
Okay.
Yeah.
But once we have our own outposts and stuff, I mean, you'll have to maintain them. Will droids be doing some of that maintaining, or some of the menial work? You know, we'll see as the gameplay expands.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd say this is also different from your NPC character companion,
okay,
or your co-pilot or whatever, like my Chewbacca. Totally different from your NPC. Your NPC has the ability. I'm guessing I'm theory crafting hardcore on this one. The ability to gain reputation on their own and with you. So your relationship with your NPC would affect your reputation with whomever you're working with. So say if I have my NPC as a passenger pilot, and owner of a Starliner, and my NPC is running things such as the purser in the cabin, that NPC will affect what happens with my flights and my reputation. And has the ability to say, I'm not doing that, or have a bad day and quit, or whatever. You know, we were talking about this with the passenger, and actually Jared and I were talking about this in the last virtual Bar Citizens, that character would be able to get mad and, you know, throw a fit and, you know, all sorts of different things, but the drone would not be able to do that.
Okay.
Drone just does what the drone does. And I think Wolf, you had brought up a really good thing, is that you know, these menial tasks that it would be only capable of doing makes a big difference in how that. Now, would we want to play that character? That's an interesting that's an interesting one. Would we want to play that character? I'm not sure if anybody would. Go Mob, have a good night, man. I see you get ready to go to bed, buddy. I hear you. Have a good night, man. It would be it's an interesting thing. Somebody had mentioned, I'm looking through chat to find out who said it. Addison was just elected as Imperator for in the UE.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Addison is a proponent of AI.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be really interesting to see what happens with that. And that was one of the big things that Addison was running on for being Imperator, was bringing AI back into the fold.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it's going to be an interesting thing to see whether or not that flushes out into robotic drones being able to do the menial tasks that we ask it to do. I think the other question is, if anybody wants to actually play the menial task robot. Maybe. I mean, players are players. There's a lot of players that do stuff that we would never even think of doing. Somebody in Star Citizen universe is just happy going around and cleaning your toilet. I guarantee it. Somebody will want to do it. So, it's really a question of who is wanting to do that, and is it enough to warrant creating a secondary, and would you really call it a secondary account or a secondary character on the main account?
I mean, who knows? They could handle it 1,000 different ways.
Yeah, right. It's really kind of up in the air. It's such an, you brought up such an interesting concept, Kai. Really interesting concept. Something to really kind of think about.
Yeah,
it's just a unique thing to discuss, and like you said, it is just discussing it because we're not telling you CIG, we're not telling you CR that this is what we want. We're just having this discussion. It's just a very interesting perspectives on what would be possible 900 years into the future with AI technology and drone capability or droid capability. Jay, yeah, right. Droid maintenance bots. After we get our outposts, droid maintenance bots. We do stuff like that. In No Man's Sky, we build these automated, huge automated farms that do all the things for us. But they don't, that's different, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
that's definitely something we're gonna have to come back to and mull over and think about, and maybe do a part 2 of this discussion with a couple of other things to introduce into it.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we've been going for over 4.5 hours. It is time to cut this one off. We are done, folks. Let's go around the horn and everybody say goodnight to the beautiful people. Chad, say goodnight to the beautiful people.
Good night, beautiful people.
Wolf.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I have significantly less booze in that bottle now, and I'm going to have to go buy another one.
DK.
This was a great show, guys. So much fun hanging out with you all. I got a stack of cans over here. It's wonderful.
KALRATI.
Thanks everybody for chiming in. Thanks for the community engagement. Thanks for the chat. Thanks for everybody who's on the panel. Thanks, Guy. Great show. Excellent points. Excellent, ideas and those things. It was a pleasure being here. And yeah, take care, everybody.
Hell yeah. And this is Kai telling you as I drink another sip from my last remaining drink. Go and vote for change and reach out to your congressman and change shit with NASA, and the rest of it let's figure out as we go. I love you all. Have a good night. We're out. Where's the button here? Here we go.